Okay. Yeah, we'll do the God is real thing again. Okay, we're live here. And let's go live here. Okay. All right, happy Monday. Happy Monday. Yeah. I'm gonna move you here and you over here. Okay. All right, I think we're good. Happy Monday, Dub. Everyone's having a good day so far. So far, so good. Packs under construction. Welcome in. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Amber, good to see you. Acadian, good to see you. Hey. Well, WizKid, how are you following the Bible telling me that? I don't think you're a real Christian. So why should I even take you seriously? Not what your Bible says to say. So I don't even think you've read your Bible. Right on. Works for me. Well, see, I called it. You're not really a Christian. There is no evidence. I'm with you. Watch that video on YouTube. Love how he was caught off guard by your koi. Oh, thank you, Lacadian. Glad you liked it. What did you replace your faith? I placed my faith with reason. Yeah, he not gonna lie, he had us all in the first half, right? It's that old meme. That was good, WizKid. What's the best question you've gotten? I think that one. That's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know. You know, I think it was something related to reality. Like, what if this was a simulation? I think that, but the chances of it being a simulation are, I mean, if it was, then okay, then it's a simulation. I accept that God is real to other people. I accept that too. Bunny. You know, we can accept that as truth. However, concept of God actually being real, that's what we're talking about. And good day from, and welcome from, welcome to the people from Tasmania, Barefoot Bones. As a future internet historian, thank you for the old meme reference. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it matters whether or not Jesus is a real person, because that doesn't demonstrate divinity. I'm agnostic on it, honestly. Ibis Guillen. Looks like we have a mind reader. Can't be angry at something that doesn't exist. Sorry, host. There's absolutely zero evidence. Well, John, geez, I should just pack up and go home. No, I hear you. But you know what? I'm a fallibilist, so I hold out the possibility. Not disproving God, Mitty. So let's answer the question. What's your best evidence God is real? Yeah, immediate family does. My mom is a Catholic. Got family, yeah, some other people in my family who are practicing Christians, and you know, we just don't really talk about it. And if they ask me to go to church, I just say, hey, as soon as you can demonstrate to me that God's real, I'll be the first one in the pew. I'll be in the front row. And that usually ends it right there. Are you truly interested in evidence? Yes, I am, Gilla Villa. So if you got evidence, come on up and let's see it. I'm a non-resistant non-believer, meaning if you have evidence and it's legit and it's reasonable, then yeah, of course, that would be irrational for me to ignore evidence. Don't have to go to church to believe in God. This is true. But I said I'd go with my family. Thoughts on first cause and contingency argument? It's a terrible argument. We have evidence the universe is eternal. There was no first cause. My people ask me to go to church. I just go, oh, actually, I got a weekend story. Guess who knocked on my door on Saturday? Guess who? I can actually probably bring up excerpts from the doorbell camera. You guys can listen to it. Guess who? Guess who knocked on my door? I was just, and the door was open, because it's nice where I am. Yes, JWs, Tinitusi, you called it. They did. The JWs knocked on my door, and my chat's frozen on the YouTube side, so let's see if I can make that work. I might disconnect YouTube, so I might have to restart it, but I'm just refreshing the window. So let's see if that works. There we go. That worked. Okay, it was just me that wasn't connected. All right. So yeah, the JWs came by. Well, I had the screen door. We have a screen door, and so our front door was open. And down the way, you can see me sitting on the couch. I was watching kung fu movies. And or like the 70s, you know? And so they knocked on the door, and it's people who I've run into before. And they were inviting me to like something, I don't know. They were trying to hand me a pamphlet, and I'm like, no, thank you. And they said, well, can you read me? I tried. I said, can you read me? They were like, can we read you a verse? Not true, Gillavilla. I think JWs would disagree with you there. But they said, yeah, can we read you a verse? And I said, oh, as long as we can read one that I want to read. And the trap was set. They said, okay. So they tried to read me something about some noise about the tree being poisoned or some shit like that. And you know, because of the root. I don't know. I can't. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. So you guys know I went to the undefeated verse. You guys know which one that is. If you've been watching me long enough, you know which verse I like to go to, because there was a woman who was with them. It was a man and a woman. And yeah, she had her nice little sun hat. She was this retired old white lady, and you know, just out here trying to do her little proselytizing. She had no idea I was there, what I was going to do, right? So you guys know which oh, there it is. JJ knows. 2 Samuel 12. You guys know. You guys know. And so I looked at her directly and I said, is it good for God to, would it be good for God to punish you, to punish your husband if he cheated on you by having you graped? And she said, wow, the R word, grape. Wow, that's such an uncomfortable word. That's such an uncomfortable word. And I'm like, you damn right it's uncomfortable. How do you think them women felt? How do you think the wives felt? You think they were comfortable? So that was the highlight of my weekend. And my wife, of course, was not happy because she doesn't want anyone like that coming around. She has like a visceral reaction. She like bolted to the bedroom. Something cannot come from nothing. You are absolutely right. And scientists agree with you, suspended account. So not sure why that's relevant to God being real. If Absalom wasn't well endowed. I have hope, purpose, and strength, and I have no faith, the Ark. So I don't know what you're talking about. Have I seen the movie Heretic? I don't think I have. I don't think I have. So if you want to talk, if you're at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran, and you have evidence that God is real, either go to the link above my head if you're on YouTube, if you're a YouTube viewer, or tap the little pink and blue people at the bottom of your YouTube or TikTok screen. Well, happy Monday, Amber. How are you, friend?
I am good, tired, but good. How
Yeah,
are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Doing well. So that
Good, glad
the
to hear
insomnia is still giving you a little trouble, huh?
yes.
Oh, I'm
Oh, Aaliyah,
sorry.
thank you. Um,
Aaliyah, it's good to
yeah,
see
last
you.
night was okay. The last couple of nights have been okay, but I'm still like behind on
Yeah,
sleep.
I know how that
So
is.
it's just been a lot. However, it's been about 3.5 weeks since I have had any nicotine,
What?
which is amazing. Yes, I'm
Nice.
very, very excited
So
about it.
we're coming up on
Um,
28 days. It's going to be like a few more days, huh?
yes. Yes.
What? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. We're
so
gonna have
I'm
to
very
celebrate.
excited about that.
Okay. Me
Thank you.
too.
Yes,
We're gonna
yes.
celebrate. So hang in there. Just a few more days. We're gonna celebrate.
Okay.
All right. Just a few more
Sounds
days.
good.
You're
Sounds good
almost
to
there.
me.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
It's actually Wednesday. Wednesday will
Wednesday.
be the
Okay.
day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm marking it on my calendar. We're gonna celebrate something on Wednesday. We're gonna
Sounds
check in with
good.
you. Yep. And we're
Okay.
gonna make
Yep,
sure.
sounds good. I just
Awesome. 2 more
finished, so I've
days.
been eating tons and tons. Like literally, I swear, y'all, I have eaten no less than 10 pounds of peach rings in the last few weeks. Like literally 10 pounds of peach rings in the last few weeks because of the cravings. But I just finished the 10th pound.
The 10th pound.
So
That sounds like a movie.
yes.
The
Yeah,
10th
right, the
pound or a
10th
book.
pound. Yes. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna write a novel about
Yeah.
someone trying to quit nicotine and the amount of peach rings that they have to eat in order not to pick it up.
The 10th pound. Right on. Right on.
But yeah. Oh, and my pronouns are they them, y'all. For
Oh,
people
thanks for
asking.
asking, by the
So,
way. That's very
hmm
that is very thoughtful of you. But the second
hmm
sentence not so much. The
Yeah,
follow-up
right.
yeah. The follow-up sentence. Oh boy. So, I don't know, is that like a negation? Like we're back to square one?
Oh, I just saw the.
You just saw
Oh God! No, please. No, no. Oh God, no. I'm not available.
Yeah,
I'm not
they're
available,
not
and my
available.
pronouns are they them.
Yeah,
So
yeah. They are amazing,
yeah.
but they're not available. Yes.
Goodness
Oh god, that is
gracious.
funny.
Okay, no more misgendering.
Yeah,
However you say the name. You misgender me one more time and you're gone.
yeah, yeah. You guys know now. There. All right. Last chance. No more misgendering. You know the pronouns now. Yeah. We are. We
By
are.
the way, I have to show
Yes.
something to you.
Okay. Show me. Show me. Show me. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. We're gonna expand it. We're gonna so everybody can see it. Yay! It's up. It's up. Okay. I do have the jar at the ready, so I have it here, and I've got my money just in case. But I'm looking to get to day 2. 2 days. Yes, and this is business days, so weekends don't count.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Because we're going based on the days that he's live. We're not counting the days that he's not live
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's too easy.
Yeah, but that doesn't
So we count
mean.
one day.
Well, I'm gonna throw down a challenge for myself. If so if like Mrs. Verify comes up here and rats me out for being accidentally patriarchal, then I say it's gonna get reset. That's just on me. That's just my burden to bear. So
Right.
yeah. Okay, so you guys see it, everybody. One day. So, one day.
Make it look prettier.
This is the last patriarchy. Oh man, that's funny. Yes. One day. Oh boy. White Ranger. Oh boy. They're not annoying as hell. Pronouns are not annoying. I don't understand that.
Hey Livia, someone just asked for my pronouns and said that said she sounds hot, and then even though I kept saying my pronouns are they them, they kept misgendering me and kind of objectifying me, so
yeah,
that happened.
Yeah, that happened. So that's a no. Yeah.
Okay, no more objectifying me. This is weird. I'm not available. I'm very happily partnered. Thank you.
It is weird. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
Oh yeah, no worries.
No worries. Evidence that demand a verdict. Well, Gillavilla, if you're a Christian, it's not within your Bible to refer us to something else. It is on you to bring us the evidence. You're supposed to minister to us. It's just amazing to me that Christians don't read their Bible. It doesn't say in there, point us to something else. It doesn't say in there, Google it. It doesn't say go to a library. It says, be prepared to give a defense to anyone who demands an accounting for the hope that's within you. That's 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 15. So it doesn't say go look over there. So that's where we're at. Well, might be one of your favorites, but you gotta pay attention and read. All right. Well, I think we're ready for a guest. And Isa is a secular. Welcome as a new supporter. So we got a new member on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, and also, I uploaded some documents, like some cue sheets that I use, for a lot of my, my topics that I go over. So for the one level above supporter, I can't remember the name of it, but you're like the highest tier Ember. So for the middle tier and above, I have uploaded some documents, and I will provide a link later today. It's going to be in the Discord, in the private Discord. So you guys will get to see some of the research I've done and all that stuff. And I've like put them into like a generated like templates, and I put them in according to the template, and so I do use cue sheets and stuff. So to help me like get through these conversations. Yeah. So you guys will kind of get a bit of a behind the scenes glimpse of how I do things. So that's coming later today. So I did spend a chunk of the weekend doing that. So, but I got like a whole bunch more document, because I got like rough spreadsheets of things that that like of my sources and all that stuff. And so a lot of the template I've memorized. So I had to kind of write that out. And then, so I'm like creating all this like from scratch. Cause it's not in my disorganized, like ferret brain, right? It's gotta be like organized so people fucking understand it. So that's easier said than done. All right, let's take our first guess. So again, be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and also please have evidence that God is real. All right, let's take our first guest. How's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not much. Can I get your age and your pronouns, please?
Yeah, 25, he, him,
All right.
his.
Okay. And then which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. And then what's your best evidence that God is real?
So I really just wanted to have a conversation, really. So
Sure.
you said you were talking about the 2 Samuel 12. I would like to talk about that because I actually hadn't heard that before.
That is,
so I would
you're
like
brave.
to.
You are brave.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, really, I just want to have a conversation to understand the context behind it. I'm looking at it, and it looks like it's around the time that King David had committed adultery. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it is. Oh
Yeah,
boy,
it's whenever he sent that. It's whenever he sent that lady's husband off to war, so he would die on the front lines, right? So he could have her. Yeah. So what's going on with the whole grape situation? When did that happen? Because I have my Bible right here.
You got your Bible open? Okay. So you're pretty familiar with the story. Wow, this is fantastic, man. Chat. It's like I don't think everyone's ever like come to me with 2 Samuel. So this is I'm pretty giddy right now. So okay, in a like in a dialectical way. The subject matter, not giddy about it all. Okay. So here it is right above my head. So you should be seeing it right about now. And
verse 8.
Yep, this is verse 8. And this is basically God through Nathan, the prophet, just describing what happened. But now if we go to verse 11, that's where the command is uttered. So before we do that though, Will, let's talk about the word consent. What does consent mean to you?
I guess consent would mean, I don't study language, I don't know, but I guess it would say I'm knowledgeable of what I'm consenting to, and I would agree with whatever's about to happen next, I guess.
Okay. And so when you, let's see, have a potential dating partner, what is your understanding consent as far as like a potential dating partner or a potential intimacy partner?
Expand on that. Like, what do you mean? You mean like consent to have sex, consent to date,
consent to have, all of that. Consent to touch them, consent to speak to them, consent to date, consent to have sex, all of that. Yeah. What's your understanding of that?
I guess, I don't really know. I don't really understand what you're trying to get at. Not in a bad sense, but I guess consent just means they know what they're getting into. They understand the transaction or whatever, the social interaction that's about to happen, and they're willing for whatever may happen, right?
Yes. So there's a 5-finger test that we apply to consent, and it is freely given, reversible. Oh boy, somebody give me I. See, I was so good last week and this week, right out the window. Informed. Thank you, Ember. Informed, enthusiastic, and specific. So all 5 of those have to be present for consent. And if you think about it, that makes a lot of sense, right? So,
Yeah.
like for example, and this can be consent all the way across the board. Like if you agree to buy a car, right? You should have all 5 of those things in place before you agree to purchase the car.
Absolutely.
Before you consent to have sex with somebody, that should be all 5 of those should be in place for all parties involved to have consent. And so with that in mind, and so do you agree or disagree with that?
I'm with you there. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now if we go to verse 11, let's read this part. It says, "Thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble. I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight." So this is David's wives. So there's a couple of things at play in here. So first of all, let's look and see if David, according to the 5-finger test of consent, do you see the wives giving consent?
No, not explicitly. No.
There we go. And that's the thing. Consent has to be explicit. And so you're right. Wasn't freely given. It's not reversible. It's not informed because it's not God telling the wives. It's God telling David. So it's not informed. I don't see this being enthusiastic. It's not enthusiastic, and it's not. And I think the only thing is it's specific because God specifically says what he's going to do, but it's not very specific, but it's specific enough about what's going to happen. And then the second thing at play here is, okay, so now that we've established that there was no consent, you agree that this was great.
We haven't necessarily, sorry to cut you off. I wouldn't say we've necessarily established that there was no consent, but the lack of explicitly saying the wives will consent or the wives will not consent, that's not, I feel like you're reading into the text a little bit.
Am I reading to the text?
Unless you can prove me wrong. Unless you can prove me wrong with further.
Okay. Let's take this part of the command here. So it says, okay, who is I?
God.
Okay. So God will take.
Yes.
All right. Will take whom? David's wives.
Your wives.
Right. And then what? Give them to the neighbor. Right?
Yes.
And then the neighbor, what's the neighbor going to do?
Lie with them in broad daylight.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
That's another. So God God also in another part of the Bible, this has to do with repetitive and willful sin, I believe. I really wish I could give you the exact verse here. I really wish, but you're gonna have to trust me here. You're gonna have to trust me, and if you don't,
we don't do trust me, bro. Here, yeah, we don't do that. Another day, another grape apologist.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Now just remember, Will, you got to come back to the app so we can hear you. So do all the research you need to do, but you got to come back to the app when you're done. But it must be a dime a dozen, Ember.
If we had a dime for every time we had a grape apologist, that jar would be full already. Like
yeah,
10
already.
times over.
Oh yeah, it'd be overflowing. All right, welcome back, Will.
Okay.
All right, what do you got?
Hello. So in Romans 1:24, if you will go with me there.
Okay. Yes.
So just depending on your translation, what this verse may say is, my Bible here says, "So God abandoned them to do whatever shameful things their hearts desired. As a result, they did vile and degrading things with each other's bodies." In other translations, it says God gives them over to their own desires. So in that sense, I guess their own desires does imply consent, right? But he's still giving them over to something, like taking them from somewhere to something.
Where in verse, let's go back to verse 11, because I think what you're implying is there's choice here. Gave them over in the desires of their hearts to impurity, to the dishonoring of their bodies among themselves. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Yes.
It's the desire in the hearts. Okay. So you're talking about choice. Okay. So can you point out to me where there's choice here? in verse 11.
I cannot.
I will.
cannot.
Okay, you cannot. All right. So that's not a relevant verse.
But you
then.
also cannot explicitly say that they were graped because it
I can.
doesn't.
I absolutely can.
Okay.
And here's why.
Okay.
We went over it. I will
And
take.
look, this is I'm not trying to be combative. I love God, I
know.
love y'all, and I'm really just trying to learn, trying
Okay.
to understand from where y'all standpoint. You know?
Okay. No, it's fine. All we need you to be though is honest. That's all we need you to be.
Of course.
Okay. So hear me out. I will take your wives. So let's apply this to like a real world hypothetical. So what you're saying to me, if let's just say your father cheated on your mother and God commanded that your mother be taken and given to the neighbor, and the neighbor has sex with her to punish your father, has your mom given consent?
So I guess in this scenario, the situation you're saying is happening is God is taking his huge hand and plucking my mom physically from my house.
It's not what I said.
Pulling her out the door and walking her over to my neighbor's house and tying her down.
That's not what I said.
But I'm just trying to understand what exactly. So what exactly does it mean for you when it says I will take your wives? Like what do you think that looked like?
It means
that's what I'm trying to understand.
It means that he's using his divine will to make this happen. So you would agree God uses his divine will to make things happen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So all he has to do is a spoken word and it's done. He doesn't have to bring a divine hand from the sky and put people in places. It is just his word. That's all he needs, right? He's that powerful.
Right.
You would agree? Okay. Right.
Oh,
so
100%.
he's not physically taking anybody. This is his divine word. This is thus says the Lord. That's the word of the Lord. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. So that means that he is ensuring that the wives will go to the neighbor. And can anyone overcome God's will?
No.
Okay. And this is God's will. I will take your wives and give them to your neighbor. So I'm failing to see where there's choice here.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a very now that I kind of understand what you're saying a little more, like that is tough for me to wrestle with. I won't lie. I'll be completely honest. I mean, I've been a believer my whole life. That's tough for me to wrestle with, but that's not enough to convince me that I believe in anything short of a perfect and all-loving God, to be honest with you.
So having people graped is perfect?
I believe that his will and his plan is completely perfect, and he knows more than we will ever be able to understand.
Okay, so this is
yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
believe.
Go ahead,
I believe. Oh, my bad.
Well, how can having innocent women graped be perfect?
Yeah, I mean, and I understand how that's. I mean, that, like I'm saying, that's tough for me to grapple with, and it's also tough for me to grapple with the fact that I believe it was Genesis, like early on in Genesis, when God completely destroyed the two cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that passage.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's
horrific
also
too.
tough for me to grapple because there was kids there was women there was elderly people there, and
All right.
maybe not everyone in the city was guilty of these things that God was saying.
Well, there was also
Rape,
the
incest,
flood.
thievery, murder,
God
cheating,
does this
lying.
consistently.
Right,
God
right,
does this consistently throughout the Old Testament.
right, and
All right. Well, let's grapple with it for the next 18 minutes. We got 18 minutes to grapple with it. So let's grapple. So what I'm hearing you say, Will, is that because God is perfect and all loving, are all of God's commands perfect and all loving?
Yes, but we are not.
Okay.
That's the thing there.
So we've established that this is a command. So that means having the wives graped was perfect. That's all you got to say.
So I see what you're doing there, and I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think it's I think it's kind of disingenuous for you to say that, to kind of put me in a corner there.
Oh, I'm putting you in a corner. I'm definitely putting you in a corner because this comes down to logic. This comes down to basic logic, and this is your cognitive dissonance kicking in. So we have to overcome that, because I know this is incongruent with what you think about your God. I get it. Okay. but we're going to put it in a syllogism. God is all loving, right?
Yeah.
And perfect. All God's commands are loving and perfect. God commanded David's wives to be great. So therefore, God commanding grape is loving and perfect. Okay, let me put this on the screen so you can see this. So I just need you to
No, look. I'm a software engineer. I've graduated 4 years of software engineering school. I understand logic. I see what you're doing here. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm not dumb.
I got you.
Let's not.
I know
do
you're not.
this.
I know you're not dumb. It's just that you have to see
I
this. I mean, you're
Yeah, and look,
okay.
this
He's
is
just
something. This is something
he's
that I'm
just
gonna have to go ask my priest about, my friends, other people who are more knowledgeable on the Bible than me, and I'll have to come to understand this and ask why.
Well,
Eh,
here
to
I'll
put
I
give you.
it to put it
I'll
simply,
give you the
to
syllogism. You can take a screenshot of it and just say, "Hey, I had a conversation with somebody online, and this is what we came up with. So help me out with this."
no,
So
I
I'm
mean
helping you out here.
that's not. Yeah, please,
and I
yeah,
have to
sure.
be honest with you, your priest is going to explain it away. Your Christian friends are going to
Yeah.
explain it away because holding that cognitive dissonance is almost impossible, especially for people who are leaders within the church.
Yeah.
A way to wrestle with it is to have conversations like this, or to wrestle with it on your own and do that research on your own and ask people who see the Bible with a more objective lens,
Absolutely.
because your priest is going to be biased and going to tell you that
Yeah.
it's a good thing, or that God didn't actually command that, or that it was just consequences.
Yeah.
Like this is, but we know, like, this is disgusting. This is horrible behavior by this God. It's no better than Zeus, in the Greek mythology. Zeus, great Terra.
Grape Terra.
And
Straight up.
yeah, like, it's no better to have these wives, these innocent wives, scraped.
Yeah. So this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the
I also,
syllogism
oh my
here.
bad.
So yeah, no, it's all right, Will. Look, this is a syllogism. So so you know how logic works. So so if the premises are correct, then the conclusion is also correct. You know that. So the only way to determine if the conclusion is incorrect is to disagree with one of the premises. So these are the premises that we laid out. So which one of those do you disagree with?
Let's see.
1, 2, or 3, or all of them,
I
or more
think
of them.
I think the conversation about 2 Samuel 12 has run its course at this point. I mean, I'll go ahead and say, like, as far as debates go, like, if we were debating, like, I definitely would have lost, and I did lose, if y'all want to call this a
Nah,
debate.
it's
But
not. It's
really,
not about wins or
I
losses,
really,
man. It's really not.
yeah, see
It's
what I'm
not what
saying?
it's
Like, I'm
about.
just trying to learn, man. Like, this is
Yeah.
why I appreciate people like y'all. Like, y'all just have conversations with people and
Mhm.
stuff, and, like, I really mess with that, man. And like y'all said, it's good. It's good not to just go to a priest, because it's completely likely that my priest will, you know, explain this away, like you said. Like, in my head, I understand that may happen, and maybe he's not knowledgeable on the Bible enough to tell me why, and he'll just explain it away. But I also
Mhm.
know that my priest likely understands and has read the original Greek and Hebrew. I guess if this is Old Testament, then it'd be Hebrew,
It's
and
Hebrew.
the broader context of, yeah, it's Hebrew, and the broader context of everything else going on, and maybe why that happened and what that actually meant. So that's just something I'll go have to figure out. And I do appreciate y'all bringing this up. Like, I love having my faith challenged
Yeah, I got you.
and
I
learning
got you,
more
Will.
about the word and the scriptures,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I encourage you to take a screenshot, and this is also being recorded on YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch it later, to see if you miss anything, feel free. Again, this isn't to embarrass people. This isn't to say that I'm trying to dunk on you. If you're respectful, if you like you are, and you're here, like you said, you're here to learn, and I feel that, I see that. Yeah, this is definitely not a way to make you look bad. This is this is me telling you one of the reasons why I don't believe God is real is because this is incoherent, as you see, because you're struggling with this. I can see that, right? This
Yeah,
doesn't
but I'm
make
also not
sense.
completely educated on the Bible. Like I'd imagine, because I know
Gee,
in my head that I know in my head that my God is perfect and all loving. I know that if I were to fully understand him and his plan, then I would look at that and go, okay, that's just how it had to be, I guess. But I know I'll
well,
never be there. So
if
it's kind of paradoxical. It's kind of paradoxical for a true believing Christian to explain why God did everything. And that's why I feel like it's hard as a Christian to defend verses like this, because it's like you're telling me to contradict the very basis of my faith, which is God is greater than I am, and I'll never understand why he does the things that he does. But
I'm
then you
not
try to get me
telling
to
you to do
explain
it.
why he doesn't. You
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
I think this
Sorry,
contradicts
that
the
was kind of
basis
a
of your
rant. That was
faith
kind of
up
a
here.
rant. My
Yeah.
fault. My fault.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, I
You see
got
what
you.
I mean,
But
though?
yeah, I see exactly what you mean. It's not me contradicting your base of your faith. It's this. It's the Bible contradicting the basis of your faith. That's my whole point. This is a contradiction. Can't be. Yeah. So this, you would agree, the C here is not is incoherent, right?
I'm not. I'm not going to agree to calling the living, breathing Word of God incoherent. I'm sorry, but I won't do that.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Well, hey, Will, anything else?
No, no, that's it. I appreciate the conversation, though.
Yeah, yeah, me too. All right. Well, hey, Will, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you, man.
All right, love y'all,
Yeah,
man.
and
All
come
right.
Peace
back
out.
anytime.
Yeah, come back anytime. So yeah, when you get that answer, come back and let's talk about it more.
I will. Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you.
man.
I'm gonna
Have a
hit you
good
with a
one, Will.
follow, man.
Sounds good, Will.
All right.
Have a good one. And Second Samuel, not, and like I said, it's not a win or a loss, but Second Samuel still undefeated. Just saying, can't get around it.
Yeah, it really, you can't, and people would rather just end the conversation
Mm-hmm.
than admit, you know what,
This is
this
fucked up.
might be, yeah, this is fucked up and might
Yeah,
be something that changes my faith.
yeah.
I hope that it gets his gears moving, but
Hope so.
who knows?
Yeah. But did you
Yeah.
guys see the cognitive dissonance work in real time? Did you see that? Just hit him like a ton of bricks. So, at least he was honest, right? He just wasn't ready to say what was slapping him right in the face. But that was cognitive dissonance in action. And, and so for people who are looking to, like, because I know, like, I get questions in my comments, or people in the comments in the lives, comments on my videos, like, how do you have these conversations with relatives and friends? And this is exactly how you have it. You just ask them what their God's attributes are, and you just show them Bible verses that are completely contradictory to those attributes. It just you just saw him twisting in the wind. You saw it. You absolutely saw it. Yeah. So he did acknowledge it. He said it was tough for him. He said it right away. I'm grappling with this one. So that's how you do it. So, Ember, you know something about this when I'm about to ask. Like, what should people do if they want to, see more of my content, see other platforms I'm on, all that good stuff?
Hell, I am so glad you asked. Everyone, it's so great. Whatever platform you're watching Trust on, you can watch it on another one. So if you're on TikTok, you can watch him on YTube and the Purple app. If you're on YTube, you can watch him on the Purple app and TikTok. Choose whichever one you prefer. Follow him there. Actually, follow him on all platforms, honestly. And some people will get really into it and they'll watch all streams and all chats. If you choose to do that, more power to you. But if you want to also become a member to support him more consistently, there's a bunch of different levels on the different apps. You could even do like a free month on the Purple app with like the Prime membership. You get one a month. So just remember that. And then
You
yes, Aaliyah, you
absolutely
should
should,
definitely.
Aaliyah. Like, no hesitation. I'm actually a little disappointed you asked that, Aaliyah. I thought you were already doing that. We got to talk about that.
Yes. But if you just want to interact in this live, you can tap the screen. We are at 16.1K likes, and honestly, I'm a little disappointed because we have 152 people in here, and we could definitely get to 25K really easily. So let's keep tapping the screen. And thank you everyone who is in here and who is tapping. We really appreciate it. It's
Yeah.
free. It helps us to bring conversations in here, so that we can continue talking to people and having a good time, because we're on for about 4 hours Monday through Friday. So we like to have a steady stream of people, and we can only do that if we stay on the FYP
Yeah,
in the
for real.
algorithm. So
Mhm.
yeah, so keep sharing the live, tapping the screen, repost it, share it to your story. There's a bunch of different ways to engage for free in here, if you are enjoying the content. What you can also do is we have the early kick poll goal. That's going to be the Let 'em Cooks here on TikTok. That's 25 of them. And then if you want to just remove the guest, it's a jellyfish or equivalent gift. And then there's other on YTube. I think it's like $5 and then $10 super chats.
Mhm.
So just remember that. And also, hi YTube. Good to see you, YTube.
Yes, good to see
mods
you
and
all.
everything.
Mhm.
Yes. Let me see. Did I miss anything? Oh, rules. No spamming, no caps in chat, and no being rude, no preaching in chat, and no praying for people without their consent. We don't like prapists in here. We want people to feel comfortable and not feel like they're being proselytized to. We want to have conversations with Christians, but we do not want the constant evangelizing to everyone. So
Yeah.
please just be cool, be chill, and we'll have a good time. So thanks for being here, everyone. If you have any questions, oh my gosh, we have a Discord. We have a Discord, and
We do.
the link is in Trust's bio. You can copy that and paste it into a browser in order to actually get the invite to work. We did just put a stage function for like watching shows and movies. I am currently figuring out how to bypass the black screen that shows up because of different apps not wanting their content to be shown. So like it's like shared on a platform. So if you don't have the membership or whatever, they don't want it. But I have a YouTube video that I'm gonna look at so that we can start doing the movie nights and show marathons.
That's right. We have
be
movie
watching out for
nights.
that.
Yeah.
And yes,
That are coming
I do
soon.
have a lot of DVDs as well. I have a lot of DVDs, and so if we can't get the black screen thing to change, then we still have a bunch of things that we can watch. And I have good movies, guys. I promise.
Oh.
So yes.
How exciting.
I've got quite the collection. So
How
we will have a lot
exciting.
of fun. I'm really excited. All right, and that is everything. I am done talking. Thank you for your patience. We will get back to the show. Okay, bye. Well, not bye. I'm staying up here, but bye for now.
Yeah, Ember they're staying up here, so definitely they're staying. And okay. Well, let's move on to another guest. So let's bring up another guest. All right. So Maximus, how's it going?
Hey, Trust, my buddy. How are you?
Doing well. I remember the voice, and I think I remember who this is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Do we have?
I was in your stream a few weeks ago
Yes.
with my wife.
Yep, I remember.
cool
Yes, I
intellectual.
remember. Yes. I do remember. Well, welcome back. So
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
all right. So I think we had a pretty interesting conversation about morality the last time, if I recall. Is that what your memory says?
Yeah, sure. But actually, when we spoke last time, you first asked for my main evidence, or what I think is the main evidence for God to be true, and I said I think it's the scriptures of New Testament.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then you made like a very smart move to to switch to the morality topic.
That's right.
But the morality was like not actually my main point or main argument, you know, but
Okay.
it was still very interesting. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, and you know what, this time I promise I won't bring you out into the deep waters of morality. I'll have you swim out in the
No,
deep waters of the New
it's
Testament. It's
it's
fine
no
with me.
problem. It's no problem. I like your way of thought and everything, and of course it's good to speak about morality as well when we like think about God and everything like this.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, because there were some people in chat that were
Can I
saying that God commanding grape doesn't prove that God isn't real. So I guess what we can go into some things in the New Testament. So yeah, go ahead. Take it away. Start us off.
actually I wanted to address the last viewer, because you showed him uh, the text from the First Samuel
Mm-hmm.
where you say it's about raping the wives of David,
Mm-hmm.
and I would disagree. I would see it as a punishment, like God punishes David that he takes his wives from him, like he will divorce them from David, something like that, and give them to his neighbor. So his
Mm-hmm.
neighbor would marry these wives, and this would like be a humiliation for David as he is the king of Israel at this time.
Yeah. Hey, Godwin. Okay, now I will say that if you read through the rest of Second Samuel, which I'll let you do later, you will see that after David takes back his throne from his son, who they killed, he actually keeps his wives, but he sequesters them forever. Doesn't go near them for the rest of their days. So that
Can I
is an
ask a
indicator.
question?
Absolutely. I'll let me finish the sentence, Ember. Yeah, and I'll let you. Then you can go next. So that's an indicator that yes, they were defiled. They definitely were defiled. They were graped, and that. But on the other hand, they weren't. So they did not commit adultery. They did not do this willingly. Okay, go ahead, Ember.
So this might seem like an obvious question, but this is an issue that I see with a lot of Christians when they read the Bible, and their attitudes towards victims. Do you see the women as human?
Sorry, women. Yeah, of course, yes.
So when you say it was just a punishment for David, do you think about how those women who are human beings with independent minds, thoughts, feelings, all of those things, do you stop to think about how it would have affected them?
No, of course it would affect them psychologically and everything like this.
So, is that an appropriate thing for this God to do, to harm these women who did absolutely nothing
In
because
regards,
David
yeah,
did
yeah.
something?
So in regards to the women, of course not. But in regards to David, like in this scenario, then most likely yes.
But how can it be both? How can it be both not good and good? Because how can this be a good decision when it harms innocence?
Can I address the passage?
Yeah.
Because I'm very sure that a few verses later David repents. Here he said that he has sinned, and Nathan then says that um, God removed his punishment. He declined his punishment, but he will lose his son that he will get from Bathsheba. So
Yeah.
this no,
No, no,
I'm
no,
wrong.
no.
So
You're on the mark. It's just it's getting
analyze an
worse. Yeah,
innocent
it's getting worse.
Yeah, he unalived an innocent child, and just because David repented, that doesn't mean that the psychological harm that was done to those women, the physical harm that was done to those women, is taken away. He can just repent and be like, "Okay, God and I are cool now." but there's all this destruction and harm that's happening to people who did absolutely nothing to this god.
Okay, can I ask something so we're on the same page? I'm pretty sure, but you can correct me. I'm pretty sure that this punishment that he will take his wives before eyes and give to the neighbor and everything like this was declined because of the repentance of David. And
It's not
no,
true.
it was not.
No, we
I
can
think-
actually
I
go
think
to
so.
we can go to chapter 16.
But let's do it. But can you scroll down a little bit where?
Sure,
Nathan
we can
then
scroll
declares
down.
the new-
But this
new,
isn't where
judgment?
this isn't where it's taken. This isn't where it's taken place. This goes into Bathsheba's child dies. So that's what happens.
No, a little. Sorry, trust. A little bit higher.
Okay.
No.
Starting.
Like verse. No. Not directly when the child dies, but maybe like verse 16, like this.
Okay. So verse 16 is
Or
here.
15. Sorry.
15.
15.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
15 is
You're
right
a
here.
little bit fast.
Oh yeah, no worries. So that's 15.
Okay, and one before that, like 14, 13, 14.
Yeah. So the child. Oh wait, let me scroll up a little.
No.
So
Yeah,
nevertheless,
yeah.
by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord. The child born to you shall die.
Exactly. And look in verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
I have sinned against the Lord. Nathan said to David, now the Lord has put away your sin. You shall not die.
Okay.
Nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child born to you shall die. So you can correct me, but I'm very sure that the judgment with the women, with the wives of David, was declined.
No,
and
that's not true.
Only the child.
I can
Okay.
show you
That's-
where I can show you exactly what happened.
You're
So
reading something into the text. You're
Yeah.
reading something into the text that's not there.
Yeah.
It all it says is that he won't die, but these other people who were affected, plus Bathsheba herself, who is a victim, which
mhm.
I'm not saying that you do, but so many Christians blame Bathsheba for supposedly being a temptress when she was literally just a
She was
woman,
raped.
basically.
Yeah, straight up, she was raped too.
She was raped by the king that she couldn't say no to.
Yeah. So because again, I mean, if you were here for that, we use the 5-finger test for consent. Freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. I got to say it to myself over and over again, so I got to remember it. But that's what we're using, and we don't see, and all 5 of those have to be present, and we don't see that with Bathsheba. So we know, and also there's a power dynamic in play, and that's why there's no consent there, because people in positions of power who hold positions of power, though their subjects, quote unquote, don't have the opportunity to say no. Or if they do, there's possibility of vicious consequences for saying no. So it's usually under duress. So it's not freely given. But now if we go to 2 Samuel chapter 16, verses 20 through 23, Maximus, this is where we see the punishment that God commanded go down. So it says here, then Absalom said, because this is after Absalom takes over the castle. And chases David out of the palace because if we go up here, it also says, the sword shall never depart from your house, for you have despised me and taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. So this is Absalom who staged a coup and drove his father out of the palace. So Ahithophel, who was David's advisor, stayed behind to be an advisor to Absalom. So then Absalom asks him, give us your counsel. What shall we do? Ahithophel says to Absalom, go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines, his stepmothers, in the sight of all Israel. So that's exactly what God said would happen. Now in those days, the counsel that Ahithophel gave was as if one consulted the oracle of God. So all the counsel of Ahithophel was esteemed by both David and by both Absalom. So it tells you right there, Maximus, this is the reason why they listened to Ahithophel, because it was as if he consulted the oracle of God. So essentially, this is coming straight from God's mouth. So this tells you right there, the command that God gave in chapter 12 went down in chapter 16, without a doubt. And it's a consensus by scholars. I mean, it's like, I think the only people are like fringe apologists who want to cope and try to explain this away. But theologians all agree this happened.
Okay, they agree that in this chapter 16, the prophecy is fulfilled that is given
Correct.
in the chapter before.
Correct.
Because
In chapter 11.
I would.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Because I would disagree, because normally when the prophecy is fulfilled, then it's like thus was the prophecy fulfilled. Something like this.
Let's
Are you
take
a theologian, Maximus?
Yeah, I'm somewhat a theologian. I actually study theology also. So yeah.
Okay.
But of course, I'm not a huge pro, So I'm like
okay. Well, we're talking
I'm
like
not bad
PhD
with biblical
scholarly
texts.
theologians,
No,
like
no.
PhD
we're-
theologians.
Yeah, we're talking
That's who we're
about,
talking
like,
about.
Yeah,
Like university theologians.
course-
Yeah.
like published,
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. but,
like have read the Bible countless times, know the original languages.
Know the
things like
Hebrew, have studied the Hebrew, have learned the Hebrew, have studied the culture, have studied the history, all that stuff. Everything that goes around it. So, but we can take this one step at a time. Okay. So, did Absalom lie with? Hold on.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get through this real quick. Let me ask this question: Did Absalom lie with the wives in broad daylight?
We have to look in the chapter 16.
It says it right there, and it says, "So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel."
Okay.
So that's what it says right there. Everybody saw it. That's what
Yes,
daylight
it's-
means. It's in front of everybody.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it happened.
Yeah, I see your point. Mhm.
All right. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I see your point. It's also a good point. But if I've read this text also like several times, and I have heard the first time that you say that there is a consent of all theologians. They think that the prophecy is fulfilled here. So maybe you're right that there are some voices who say this prophecy is fulfilled in this chapter, but on the other hand, it says to your neighbor, not to your son, something like this. So again, I'm a little bit skeptical, but I see your point there. So yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So that being the case, because it does still, I mean, there's just a lot of pieces to this. Now, if you're skeptical about that, but it does say, "I will take your wives before you." So are you saying then, are you saying that God is unchanged? Well, God does change his mind several times. So you're arguing like what nobody else is arguing, that God changed his mind, and that this actually didn't, that actually this what God said was going to happen, he reneged it and they did it anyway. I think that's what you're trying to argue.
So normally how I read the text is that when David repent, he took away this huge punishment.
Mm-hmm.
He only killed the little boy.
Well,
this is
how
I always understood it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Doesn't help because
but
now you got to contend
but
with the
in
kid
regards-
being killed for no reason. Yeah.
But in regards to the women, so I wouldn't say that God orchestrated the raping of these women by Absalom. I
Yeah,
would
it's
just
Literally
just-
say
said that it would happen, and it's because he said that it would happen that they did it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have
But the-
happened
but
if
the
God
te- but
hadn't
the
said that it
text-
would happen.
It only
Can I say- yeah,
and it only says here, and just to add on to what Ember said, so based on what they said, also it only says in 13, "You shall not die." That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about anything else. That's all it says. So that's God explicitly saying, because you committed adultery and because you killed somebody, you're not going to be taken out back and stoned to death. This is going to happen instead, because you acknowledged, Maximus, they already had a penalty for adultery, right?
Yeah.
And that penalty was being stoned to death. That was the penalty. So that was what was facing David, but God specifically said, now the Lord has put away you shall not die. That's all that says. And that's what it's specifically referring to. So it didn't say anything about, oh, well, all of this, everything I just said is wiped away. No, it just specifically says you shall not die. And in place of you dying, the child shall die instead of you. So this is
Okay.
all the way God putting his hand in there and taking away people's free will and making things happen, because he is making sure his king, his handpicked king, gets out of this.
Yeah, very, very interesting point, because when I always read this, I saw the repentance, and then he talked. What was it? Sorry, could you make it again on the screen?
Yeah.
The passage, because there it says, yeah, the Lord has put away your sin. So this was the main.
That just means that God forgave him.
Yeah.
And that that doesn't mean that he's not going to do it, because it still happened. Like, regardless of what you think that this verse could say, it still happened.
Still happened, regardless. So you can't say, oh, well, God wished it all, wiped it all away, and then Absalom still did it anyway, no, that's cap. It's BS.
Yeah, this would be my argument.
It doesn't make sense.
I would say it like this.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's a cope. It's cognitive dissonance. It's trying to find anything in the verse that could possibly mean something else, so that you don't have to contend with this idea that God is actually pretty horrifying.
Yeah, and it also says you got to contend with verse 23 as well. It says, as, Ahithophel gave was as if one consulted the oracle of God, which, has a specific meaning to that, meaning that, because oracles, if you look up the definition of oracle and how it was used throughout history, oracles were getting their words straight from God. So this word was coming straight from God. So this is what they're saying, is that Ahithophel got this directly from God.
Okay, can I say 2 points?
Sure.
Yeah. So the first would be with the coping, and the second would be with the Ahitophel. The first point with the coping. On the other hand, you guys, you do it as well, because you read the biblical text through your paradigma, and
we were both Christians for decades.
Yeah.
So we
went for over 30
believe the Bible just like you. So we have read it in the way that you read it, and we have read it the way that we read it now.
Yeah.
It is not, we have never understood this. It is that we thought similarly to you.
Oh yeah, I totally did.
But this is not what we think now. So that doesn't work, because we've had that interpretation before.
And it's not to bolster our position that we're doing this. What we're doing is an internal critique, because if you're saying this God is real, this God has these attributes, this God is perfect, this God is all loving, all powerful, all knowing, then this is attacking one of those pillars of what you think you know about your God. And this God can't be all loving and issue this kind of command unless you're willing to say, bite the bullet and say, well, yeah, commanding the grape of innocent women is good and loving.
No, it's of course not good.
Okay.
But just let me finish
Yep.
my point. Still, if you're ex-believers and you still now read it and interpret it through your lens and through your paradigma, and you present it like as these facts, like this is your interpretation. I get it. I think it's very interesting. I'm very open for critique, and internal critique. I find it very fascinating. But on the other hand, like I see it through my lens, and I say, okay, I
Understood.
see I see a not decline. Sorry, what's the word? abrogation of the punishment that God gave to
Okay.
David. Maybe
And-
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could study a little bit more on this.
Well, yeah, I would just encourage you to, look at some scholarly, articles on this. There's, all kinds of different scholarly articles on this that, because I'm just reading what it says, number one, and the scholars are confirming what I'm telling you. So this
But of
isn't,
course not
so
all of
this
them.
is, this isn't, well, not it, but a consensus isn't 100%. It is, a consensus is an overwhelming majority. So of course there's going to be some outliers who are in the same boat. They don't want it to, they don't agree that this is grape. And I'm just saying to you that the overwhelming consensus is that it is. And, and so the other thing about this is if you look at the, if you look at the annotated, like the Oxford annotated, it talks about this as a demonstration of God's power. It talks about it as, they totally gloss over it, but they do acknowledge that it is the subjugation of the wives. I mean, it's in there. It's in the footnotes. I'm not sure how else to convey this to you, but I got to make it clear to you what Ember and I are saying. This is not a unilateral thing that they and I are, just sitting on. We're not the only two people saying this on the entire planet. We're
Sure.
on the side of the scholars. And so that's why we're declaring that it is cope, because see, this is the other thing, Maximus. Your explanation is in a long line of different explanations that we get trying to explain this away. And we're getting all kinds of different reasons. And, and all of these go against the scholarly conclusions on this. So
but
that's all we're
trust,
saying.
the thing is there is not one scholarly opinion on also
No, there's
this
multiple,
passage.
but I'm saying to
There
you,
are-
it's an
Yes,
overwhelming
yes.
consensus. That's what I'm saying to you.
Me as a Christian, I would use the historic grammatic method to interpret this passage.
Yeah,
I-
absolutely. That's what we're doing.
To justify
But here's the
God
thing,
and his-
Maximus.
yeah.
Here's the thing. I really, really am going to challenge you on why you feel it necessary to do all of this for the Bible, to do all of these gymnastics, to try to find any different interpretation or a scholarly, that agrees with you, so that you don't have to face that. Yeah, I think at least to Trust and I, it's very clear why it's being avoided and why you're trying to come up with a different interpretation that is not the consensus. But I don't think that you see it, and I would really challenge you to think about if you have to do all these gymnastics to find the correct interpretation, is it actually the correct interpretation?
In my opinion, yes.
Or
of
are
course.
you trying to make it but if you have to do all these gymnastics, if you can't just read the text and what it says, if you have to say, well, it should mean this so that it sounds better.
The thing is, if I've read this text not just one time, but several times, and it's the first time with you guys that say, okay, they God prophesied for the wives to be raped, and then it happened 2 chapters later, and the prophecy came true here. It's the first time.
This is scholarly
it's the first time. So,
consensus.
but
This
there's-
is scholarly.
I see, Amber,
have
but
been
the thing is,
educated in the
Amber?
Bible. Hold on, Maximus. Hold on. I have been educated in the Bible. This is the scholarly consensus. This is what they say happened, that there was a prophecy that Nathan prophesied that David would be punished through these things, and that prophecy came true. I have learned this ever since I was a kid. I learned the whole, because it was even in Veggie Tales, right? Not the wives part, because that would be
That'd be weird. That'd be weird.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no
it was
wonder the
even in
founder of
VeggieTales.
VeggieTales deconstructed. No fucking wonder. I'm sorry. I
right,
digress.
right.
I digress. Sorry.
Yeah,
Couldn't help it.
I'm so happy he deconstructed, by the way, but we can talk about that another time.
Yeah.
But even, even in VeggieTales, the asparagus played Nathan, and I think it was Larry. It was either Bob or Larry played David, and he said like he used the sheep analogy, right? He takes somebody else's sheep, all of that. That I have been taught that prophecy came true ever since I was a kid. So I don't know why you're saying that it's not interpreted that way.
Yeah, it's just this is very like way off the beaten path in terms of, because even people have said to me this is a prophecy that God predicted came true, and you know and but the other part of it is it's a command. I mean, that's what this is, straight up.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? We got about what, 5 minutes left? Yeah, about 4 minutes left. Is there anything else you got?
4 minutes. Yeah, I would like to talk about the New Testament with you and the critique that you have about the New Testament.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we can get into that too. So I guess, my big thing with the New Testament. Well, let me kind of ask you this way: what, why do you think that the New Testament confirms that God is real?
It confirms Jesus, and Jesus being this great teacher and healer and everything like this, and people witnessing that he truly was who he said he was, and then everyone betrayed him. He died on the cross, but after 3 days he resurrected, lived with his disciples, and then after 40 days he ascended into heaven and sent the Holy Ghost. And
Okay.
yeah, he lives until today.
Okay.
So, and the last time you asked me a very, very good question: if someone rises from the dead, if this is a beweis, if this is a proof that God is real, and this was a very good question. It doesn't mean that God is real, but if the person resurrected and still lives today, and people like today, people say that they experience Jesus and everything like this, then it's bold claim that of course needs to be proven.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. So I hear what you're saying. Okay, so do you want to I guess we don't have a whole lot of time left, so here, we'll just go as far as we can. Because actually this is one that, okay, you guys can thank the Bible guy for this one. I was listening to the Bible guy over the weekend, and this was an interesting one that was talked about. So now, what besides the divinity of Jesus, what else is there, like according to the Old Testament prophecies, that make Jesus the Messiah?
The prophecies about his death and resurrection, the
Okay.
prophecies of him carrying the illness and sin of his people, and reunite and make like a new covenant between God and people.
Okay.
And,
What
like
about
this.
his standing to be king? Because the other part of it is he's going to be king of Israel, right?
Exactly.
Because that's part of being
so
the
it-
Messiah, right? It's
Yes,
not only
yes,
the
you're
divinity,
correct.
but it's his ability to be king of Israel, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what does it take to be a king of Israel?
From a biblical point of view, you need to be from the line of David and from the line of Solomon,
Yep.
and you need to rule over Israel.
Yeah, that's right. And so let's go to Jeremiah 22, verse 30. So here's so Jeremiah 22, verse 30. Actually, this depicts God putting a curse on the offspring of David. Thus says the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. So it says it explicitly right there. And
Yeah.
and you would agree that Jesus is supposedly from the line of Judah, right? Or excuse me, David.
But the thing is, there are other passages where God says to David or to Solomon that no, to David that the throne will never depart from David.
Okay, so then we have a contradiction. Yeah. So it's a contradiction.
Exactly. It's not like a contradiction, but it's like Spannung. It's like tension.
It's tension.
And then it's tension. Yeah. You make very good points, but we would need like a little bit time to go in these passages, the context of these passages, and everything like this, and to solve the tension.
Okay, so in this case then, so let's just look at this one right here, because I am aware of the ones that you said, but here's the whole point I'm trying to make, Maximus. In what context would you say when God says none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah? So when it specifically says that, what context tells you that God doesn't really mean this?
Okay, I have a thought, and I have another point that
all right,
where it's a phenomenon in the Bible that actually solves something like this.
Okay,
so
this will kind of be the last one, and here I'll start the kick poll, and then you can go ahead and say what you want to say. Go ahead, and then we can address it.
So there it says in Judah, and of course, like the kingdom of Judah was also exiled, so there was no real kingdom of Judah. So maybe it's not a contradiction, because the next king from the line of David would be king over united Israel again. Mm-hmm. This would be my feeling and my thought. But another point is the not yet fulfillment phenomenon in the Bible. So there are like some examples where God promises something, but and he will keep his promise, but it will be later. So maybe it's not like a contradiction. God says to David that his throne will not depart from him, and maybe he will give him back his throne. But in the meantime, with Judah and everything, it's like will not happen anymore.
Okay, and what's your evidence that this is true?
Again, biblical phenomenons. Even when the Sadducees came to Jesus and asked about the
biblical phenomenons.
Sorry?
Yeah, because this is talking about Jeconia. That's who this is talking about, right? And so Jeconia, if you read Jeremiah 22, Jeconia is in the royal line of David. And so they're talking about this specific person, Jeconia, which specifically says none of his descendants shall rule. And if David is, or if Jeconia is a descendant of David, and Jesus is a descendant of David, that means that Jesus is also a descendant of Jeconia. You would agree, right?
I mean, there are two genealogies in the Gospels. So...
I know there are,
yes,
yes. Yeah,
so
I know there are.
All right, we would have to check if they are both from Jeconia.
Okay, but
again, this not yet phenomenon you said. Yeah. Where is it? When the Sadducees came to Jesus and asked about the resurrection from the dead, and he gave them a example from the Torah where God promises to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob the land, but they never inherited the land. They died before they could inherit the land, and that means that God will resurrect Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob for them to inherit the what is it called, the promised land.
All right.
So even Jesus spoke about this not yet phenomenon.
All right. Well, Maximus, they have voted to move on. So hey, I appreciate you coming up. So yeah, come back another day and we'll pick it up where we left off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good day. All right. Yeah. That was like 30 minutes of cope.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, and I said in the chat, like, the cope was palpable. It just nothing that we were gonna say was going to make them say, you know what, you're right.
No. And that's not what we're trying to do either. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Just my soapbox that I'll get on for just a second.
Absolutely.
Is that it really bothers me that Christians don't see the people who are not God's chosen in the Bible as human beings.
Mhm.
They don't see them as actual like creations of this God that they say that they believe in. So
Yeah.
the slavery, the genocide, the baby unaliving, the baby bashing against rocks, they don't see it as actual harm because they don't think about, and I know this because I was like this as a Christian.
Oh,
I
dissociation. That's all
never
this is. Yeah.
never yeah, never
Mhm.
saw from the other side's perspective.
Yeah.
Never.
Exactly. And I think that's what you do when you start deconstructing is they see it as just events. Exactly, Daniel. And so then when you start thinking, okay, this shit really happened. Oh my God. Like this really happened. That's horrifying.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's
And you
horrifying.
start learning what actual empathy is, because I thought I knew what empathy was when I was a
I thought I
Christian.
did. Yeah.
I actually had no idea.
No idea.
Um,
Yeah.
I hurt people.
Hmm.
I didn't know what love was. I only knew how to hurt people with my religion, and I
Yeah.
didn't realize it. And it's because, yeah, the lack of empathy and seeing from the perspective of other people.
Yeah. Definitely still a good talk. And okay. So if you are, so if you'd like to request up again, be, at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and have evidence that God is real. So, okay, it looks like we have a couple of returning guests, so we're going to bring them up. So let's bring Bands back. Who's
Hey,
back?
what's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing? Welcome back. You lose him?
No, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. All right. Yeah, welcome back. You're still a Christian?
Sure. Yep. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Even more so.
Even more so. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, what you got for us today?
So, okay, I have one question. What evidence made you leave the belief?
That the Bible is contradictory, not true, has a ton of atrocities in it, has anachronisms in it, scientific errors, just all kinds of wrong things with it. And even the concept of God as God's attributes do not line up with the laws of physics. So just about everything. It's a line
Is
of
that evidence
list of things.
or your belief? Is that evidence or just your opinion?
It is evidence. It is. So, I mean, we can go over it. I mean, that's why I do these things, right? So it's not just opinion.
Well,
these are
well,
facts. It
well,
is
if
fact
other
that
people,
an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-powerful and all-knowing being does not line up with the laws of physics. It just doesn't make sense. It's contradictory.
so this brings up a good point. What do you think caused the universe to exist? Because you bring up physics. Nothing can come from nothing.
Okay. Nobody believes that. Scientists don't believe that. So I don't believe that. So I don't
No,
know
I'm
why
asking,
people,
what
I
do
don't know
you
why people bring this to my doorstep. That's like, nobody believes that. So I don't know why this is a continuous talking point,
nobody believes what?
that nothing comes from nothing. Nobody believes that. Or something comes from nothing. However you want to put it. Something comes from nothing. Nothing comes from, nobody believes that. And nobody's saying that. So I don't know why do you think that's a talking point? Why do you think that's what
So
I
you're
believe?
saying so you're saying things can just manifest
Nope.
from thin air.
Nope. Actually, not from thin air, but from quantum fields, Higgs boson fields, like Higgs fields, gravitational fields. We have scientific evidence of that, of particles appearing and disappearing. So
Exactly, but it had to have a starting point. Would
how
you
so?
agree or disagree?
Disagree. Who says?
So you're saying everything, or in this particular case, in the universe, it just manifested, and that was just by nature or science. It can be explained
It's
by
not
science. Is that what
science.
you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, a lot of it does. A lot of it can. So there's evidence that the universe always existed. And so if you have the basic, what are the basic components of the universe?
Matter, atoms.
Not even that. So if there were no matter, would there still be a universe?
No.
No? Okay. So
No.
I would
If there were no atoms, if there were no matter and there were no atoms, the universe would not exist because everything that we know of is made of matter and atoms.
Why do scientists disagree with you then?
What do they say?
Why do physicists disagree with you?
What do they say? Tell me.
The universe is a manifold. You know what a manifold is?
Yes. But for the sake of
Wait,
argument,
hold on, I have a
explain it for
question.
the audience.
Do you remember? Okay, so a manifold is like a container, right? So they describe the universe as a container, and the basics of that container. So, like, if you have a container guest, I know you're getting a lot of text or something, but if you have a container guest, bands, would you say that that container is required to hold something, or can it just be empty? Is it a container? Does it cease to be a container if it's not holding something? Right. So it can be empty, right? So so the universe is essentially comprised of time and space interwoven, energy, gravity, and these fields. Like I was explaining to you, the Higgs field, gravitational fields, quantum fields, all that stuff. So it's like a container. Think of it like a playground, right? Just like a playground where, kids play, right? Just a playground. You would not, and so the particles that you're talking about, matter, atoms, those would be the kids playing on the playground. They'd be like the balls that they're throwing around, the toys that they're using to play with. That would be matter and atoms. Okay. And so you would agree then that if the kids and the toys that they play with are the matter and the atoms, they're within the container of the playground, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And so the playground doesn't cease being a playground without the kids and the toys, right? It's still a playground, even if there's nobody there, even if it was empty, right?
But okay, I'm gonna let you finish, but go ahead.
Yeah, but that's exactly what physicists see the universe as. So the universe can still be a universe without matter, without atoms. And then,
you're saying in time, in space,
space-time,
it doesn't. Right. You're saying, according to your argument, in space.
It's not my argument. It's what physicists say. I'm just going by what physicists say.
Okay, but physicists have been wrong, right or wrong.
Of course they have. But that's the beauty of science, is because they eventually get it right.
No, they haven't. They're still having. Let me not get into that. But anyway, according to you, space is just a container.
Not according to me. According to physicists.
Okay, so space is a container, but space doesn't contain anything. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I said it doesn't have to contain something. Like you agreed, a container doesn't have to have something inside of it in order to be a container, right? It could be empty.
Space contains things.
It does contain things, exactly, because of the interaction with energy in these fields. See, what they found is that energy interacting with fields creates matter, creates particles. So, like, you're familiar with E equals mc squared, right?
Yes, but this brings up a good point. I'm sorry to cut you off. Where does energy come from then?
Energy's always existed. Energy's always existed. Energy's always been around. Because energy, second law of thermodynamics, energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Exactly. So where do you have your, I guess, evidence for that? How do you know
second law of thermodynamics?
Right. But do you know when the second law of thermodynamics was created?
It's like it wasn't created, it was discovered. It was in the 1870s.
Discovered. Exactly.
I was just reading the book this morning by Sean Carroll. But if you go look up, if you go read the book by Sean Carroll called, I was just listening to it this morning when I was working. But here, I'll bring it up for you. Something deeply hidden. If you go to chapters 8 and 9, it talks about the second law of thermodynamics and entropy.
Right. And this brings up a point, right? Because as humans, we, I guess you could say, discovered things, right? We discovered, like, in the terms of energy and matter, we discovered things that were already there. We just didn't know they existed, right? Mathematics, and with the point of energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only
Yeah.
transferred.
Yeah.
Where to,
Well, then
for
that
you to exist,
Mhm.
for you to exist, where was the energy before?
Well, the universe always existed. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Universe has always
So
existed.
did Earth always exist?
No, we have evidence that it was that gravitational forces formed the Earth around 4.6 billion years ago. I think they recently discovered that it's a little bit older than they thought. It's like 4.6, 4.7 billion years ago, something like that. So let me come
Okay,
back to
good,
you.
good.
Okay, so you agree that energy cannot be created or nor destroyed, right?
Correct.
That means God never created energy, right?
It's transferred. Energy is transferred.
Right. So he did not create energy.
He's always been around. So for you to say, he did not create it. He's always been around. He's eternal, but
Okay.
by nature.
Okay. So, but did God create? That's not really answering my question. Did God create energy?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Well, how could he create it if
Yeah.
it cannot be created nor destroyed? That's a contradiction.
I think he said
If energy cannot be created nor destroyed, how did God create energy?
I think there's a verse in the Bible that says, "Before he was, I am."
Okay. I'm not sure how that relates to energy, though.
Because if we here's my point I'm getting at. If we were never created, there will be no word for energy,
We're
matter,
pivoting.
atoms, time, space.
Yeah.
No, this is
Yeah. If we
facts.
were never created, yeah, we put names to those. That's what naming conventions are. We had to give names to those, right? Like for trees, for the sky, for the ground, for water, all that. Yeah, we gave names to those, but that doesn't mean they didn't. So are you saying they didn't exist before we named them?
There's a guy in the chat that says, his name Jesus Way. It says, if the universe always existed, that creates an infinite regression, which
No.
isn't possible.
So what? Who says it's not possible? Yeah.
To the chat.
But if you want to go, yeah, that is true. Talk to us, not the chat. But number two,
No, he made a valid point.
well, what's valid about it? So what? Okay. But why is that impossible?
Infinite regression isn't possible. What did he say? Infinite.
Well,
regression
you're just stating that. Why? Tell us why it's not impossible. Because isn't God an infinite regress as well?
Exactly, he's God. That's
Okay,
the point.
so then that's
That is the point.
okay. So Bands, you're aware of a special
That is
pleading
the
fallacy,
point.
right? You're aware. You know what a special
That
pleading
doesn't
fallacy
apply-
is.
Yes, I do know what it is. But that
Okay,
doesn't
so what's
apply when it comes
what's
to
a
God,
okay?
because he created all.
It doesn't apply to God. That's literally what special pleading means.
Because you're using human points when it comes to God, and if he's God, and
Okay.
if he exists, which he does,
How do you know
points
that?
don't apply to him.
But you have to demonstrate that he exists. You have not demonstrated that.
Neither have you demonstrated that no God exists.
I don't need to demonstrate no God exists. That's not my job.
Yes, you do.
No, I
because
don't.
You have a point.
I do not. I do not.
If you're in,
Okay.
no.
Bands, you've read your Bible, right? You've read
Yeah.
the entire Bible? Have
No.
you read? You have not read the entire Bible. Okay, we're going to do a little
No.
Bible study. Okay. So, let's go to 1 Peter 3 verse 15. Okay, what's that say?
Let's see. Right.
Okay.
To
Always
and
be
this brings
ready
up a good
to
point.
make your defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is within you. Always.
Right.
So even your own Bible says you have the burden of proof. It says it doesn't say, does this say here? Does this say here?
No,
Hold on. I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
Bands, does this say for anyone who denies me, make them prove it to you? Where does that say that in the Bible?
It says
For anyone who doesn't
who
believe in
demands
me,
from
make
you
them. I want you to
an
I want you to point a verse out to me that says, for anyone who doesn't believe in God or believe in me, make them prove it to you. Where does it say that?
No, I'm just asking your beliefs. You're an atheist.
Okay.
If you want to convince people that God isn't real,
I'm not trying to convince people that
God.
God is. I'm not trying to convince anybody.
Right?
I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm trying to get you to convince me. Do you understand that?
And
I'm
what
trying
is
to
it-
get
what is the
you
Bible
to
say?
Okay.
Always
I'm
be
tr-
ready to make your defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope. If you
And
look up the definition of hope, I'm looking
accounting.
at it right now. It
Uh-huh.
says a feeling of expectation and desire for certain things to happen, a feeling of trust.
Okay. So how do we know? How does that demonstrate that God is real? How does hope demonstrate
Hope is a
that God
feeling.
is real? Okay. How
Hope
does
is
it?
a feeling.
Okay. So then you would agree then. Okay. So then you would agree that Hindus have feeling. They have hope as well. So that means Hinduism is true, right?
No, you're asking about me.
I know that, but I'm doing an internal critique now.
You're
trying to say, yeah.
make a point.
Okay, you just said, I have hope. I have a feeling that God is real. How does that
Because
make it
that's what
real?
it says.
How does that make it real? That's my question to you. How does it make it real?
And this brings up a point, because that's why in the beginning I asked you, how do you know
Okay,
where the universe started?
Okay, you're flipping. I asked you, how does hope?
No, it's not. I'm not flipping.
That's my next question to you. You're not answering it. How does hope make it real?
The definition of hope is a feeling of trust.
That's not answering my question. My question, I know what the definition is. You made it clear. I agree with you. I'm asking you, how does a feeling make it real?
I'm not, according to my Bible, right? It's not according to trust. Your name is trust but verify.
Yep.
Okay. According to my Bible, it says, always be ready to make your defense. I'm making a defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is in you.
Okay.
You told me to defend my hope. The definition of hope is a feeling. So how is that easy? You can't defend that by evidence.
Okay.
Right or wrong?
You can't defend that by evidence, then you have no evidence of your God. That's what you're telling me.
No.
And the definition of hope is not a feeling. That's not the definition of hope.
Tell me the definition then, Miss Ember.
No. No. Pronouns are they and them.
Okay. 1 second.
That's her name.
It's not
No,
a feeling.
their name.
My pronouns are they, them. 1 second.
Okay. Well, y'all didn't ask me my pronouns.
Oh, what are your pronouns? I thought we did the other
By
day.
and sept. No, y'all didn't.
You didn't?
Oh wait, no, actually you did.
Those
You
aren't
did.
pronouns.
Yeah, those aren't pronouns.
I changed my pronouns. I changed them.
No, don't do that. No, don't do that.
Yeah,
How
are you
you gonna
trolling
tell
us?
me?
Don't do that.
Wait, are
No,
you trolling
we don't
us?
Joke about.
Are you trolling us?
No.
We are not. No, we
How
are
are
not
you
going to
gonna
make
tell me
light.
I can't
Okay.
change my pronouns?
Fans, we are not going to make light of trans people here or their
Yeah.
pronouns.
Yeah,
Stop.
we don't do that here.
Stop.
How do you know what I am?
Okay,
Stop.
look.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, let's just not go down that road. Ember's pronouns are they, them. That's it. That's all.
Sure.
That's pretty much the end of conversation here. All right.
Sure.
So, Vance.
So the definition. Sorry, I have the
No.
definition.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's more than just a feeling. Thank you, Aaliyah.
Okay, we got a jellyfish, Vance. We got to let you
feeling
go.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Desire or
Have a good day, Vance.
expectation for something to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure, it's a feeling, but it's not just a feeling.
Not just
It's
a feeling.
It's an expectation.
Yeah.
For something to happen.
Expectation of something to happen. And so, as you guys saw, the question wasn't answered. How does an expectation of something happening demonstrate it's real? So that's the question. So, any future guests, if you're watching in the hallways, if you're in the guest queue, if you're in the chat, the burden of proof is on you as a Christian. It says it clearly right there. Always be ready to make your defense, which means you have the burden of proof to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is in you. Accounting. What is accounting? What does accounting mean? Accounting means a tabulation, right? So like when you think of the word accounting, accounts payable, accounts receivable, it is what? A list of things that you have, of your expenses and your income. And that is like what accounting is, right? So like if you get audited by the IRS, they're going to ask for receipts. So that's what it is. We're asking for receipts. We want receipts for the hope that's in you. You have the burden of proof, not me, not us. It clearly says it in your Bible. So you trying to flip the burden of proof? It doesn't. See, this is the thing. It doesn't matter what about the universe. Irrelevant. Doesn't matter. What created everything? Doesn't matter. Okay? What you have to demonstrate is that your God is real. That's what you have to demonstrate. So what I think about the universe, what Ember thinks about the universe, what any atheist thinks about how the universe got here, how everything got here, how everything is created, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's you trying to flip the burden of proof because you have no fucking answer. So follow your Bible. It clearly says it there. And if you guys need more, it says in Matthew 28. Oh yeah, and you have to do it. It's more than that too. Because you have to look at verses 15 and 16. Always be ready to make your defense to anyone who demands from you an accounting for the hope that is in you, yet do it with gentleness and respect. So how many fucking Christians come up here and disrespect people in here? Like disrespecting Ember, misgendering Ember. That's disrespect. You got to do it with gentleness and respect. That is your job. That is a command from your God. So this is just, and this is demonstration to us. This is evidence to us that this God isn't real because you haven't read this Bible and you don't follow it. It says it plain as day. It's right there, right in front of you.
And it's really interesting how quickly they turn from being respectful-ish to just complete disrespect and rudeness when someone that they don't like because I exist.
Yeah, simply for existing. That's not respect.
It tells them to be respectful.
Yeah.
Like they will deliberately do the opposite.
Yeah.
Bans, you're being rude and you are going to get muted if you don't stop because
Yeah.
that is incredibly disrespectful.
Yeah, let's not go there, Bans. You know, this is not the hill you want to die on. So
We do not debate trans people's
We're not-
existence here. So
Yeah.
if I see any transphobia in the comments, if we see anything that is not validating towards trans people, we will mute it.
Yep, it will get muted.
It's a non-starter here.
We don't
debate that.
Yeah. And so if I see another two genders, I'm just gonna put everybody on notice right now. 250 people in here, you're on motherfucking notice. If I see anything about two genders, if I see anything about anything disparaging against trans people, you're gonna get muted. Just you've been warned.
And that person, I don't even remember his name, but he just got muted.
Yeah,
because
just
of
got
that.
muted.
Like,
Yeah.
he just
So
got muted because of
let's
that.
not do that. So let's go to the next guest. Yeah, we're not playing that shit. We don't play that. So, I mean, if I got to put money in a motherfucking jar because I accidentally misgendered people because it's just ingrained in my brain, yeah, you're going to get muted. That's just what's going to happen. So, you can, you know what? You don't have to stay. There's plenty of other lives that you can go to that you can hang out at, but you don't have to stay. So instead of going meta, whoever's calling me arrogant, you can call me that. I don't give a fuck. But if you're doing that, why don't you just come up and bring me some evidence? Why don't you work on that instead of going meta and complaining? Because all you're doing is crying and complaining. Yeah, all you're doing is crying and complaining. It's fine.
It's so funny because it's your life.
It's my life. It's like
You
it's
are
like
entitled to do what you want
exactly.
in your life.
I am entitled. Yes, I am. It's kind of like you know what it's like? It's like you go to somebody's house, Ember, and you said, and they say, "Can you please take off your shoes?" And they're like, "Oh, so you're entitled now?" Yeah, it's my motherfucking house. I pay the rent here. I pay the mortgage. I pay the bills. Like, this is my life. I'm the one that you know, if it see, none of you get the consequences if this goes down. I get it. TikTok shuts me down, not you. So yeah, I can have the rules that I want to have as long as it doesn't conflict with TikTok terms of service. So, all right. So let's go to the next guest. How's it going? BrianLee.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going? Can I get your age and pronouns?
I don't really have pronouns. My age is 54.
You're 54. You don't have pronouns. You don't use pronouns at all?
No, not really.
Not really? Okay. So BrianLee does not use pronouns. So we'll just call it every time pronouns are used. We won't use them. All right. And what is BrianLee's religion? God of the Bible, God of the Quran, God of the Torah? Which one?
None of those. I believe in the God that's described in like near-death experiences.
Okay. Well, I only so thank you for coming up, BrianLee, but I only want to talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. All right. And you said I. Yeah.
You
So
do have pronouns.
what's that? Yeah. So you do use pronouns.
And you do have pronouns.
Yeah, and you do have
Yeah.
pronouns. Yeah. Yeah, who is yeah, Miko. Who's I? Yeah, exactly. All right. Next one. So if you're in the guest queue, please be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and please have
I
evidence
have
that
one
God is
question.
real.
If you're, so you said God is
You're not 18. All right. So again, so we have boundaries. You have to be 18 to be up here. So you don't have the boots for this hike, Unserious Cyril, or whatever your name is. You have to be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. And you have to have evidence that God is real. Not a question, an evidence, some evidence. All right, let's go to Daniel. How's it going, Daniel?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well. You're not driving, are you?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you can't drive in live. So if I hear any driving, I'm going to have to drop you. Just letting you know. All right, Daniel.
Gotcha.
Can I get your age and pronouns?
I am 49 years old. I am a male. I don't really do the whole pronoun thing. I think it's kind of silly. We've kind of lost our minds on this whole
All right.
nonsense.
Yeah,
So-
we don't
It's
need
a
you
binary
to. We
world.
don't need you to grandstand about your
Yeah,
idea.
we just
about-
need your pronouns.
I'm
That's
gonna
all
say
we.
what I'm gonna
Literally
say.
just
I don't
say,
need you to correct what
Hey Daniel.
my
Okay.
view
Daniel.
is.
We
Hey,
just need your.
Daniel,
We
you
just
can
need your
literally-
pronouns. That's all we need.
Yeah,
We don't
just
need the
keep him
meta. We
I
don't
am
need the
an
grandstanding.
American male.
American male. Okay, so your nationality and your
Yes.
gender. Okay, thank you for that. We didn't ask for your nationality and your gender.
Well, not even his gender, his sex.
Yeah, your sex. We don't need to know that. We just need to know your
It's the
what
same
pronouns
thing,
do you
guys.
prefer?
You've
It's
lost
not the
your
same
minds if
thing.
you think those are different.
It is not the same thing.
It's 100% the same.
Your education
But let's get
stopped
to
at
let's
8th grade,
get to your
Daniel.
question instead of
Your
arguing this
education
nonsense.
stopped at 8th grade
Okay.
if you think that gender and sex are the
Need
same.
your
You're
name.
so educated that you think there's more than
Need your
you.
pronouns.
There literally are.
I told you, I'm a male.
Okay, that's your sex. We need your
As
pronouns.
every male is a he.
Daniel, you
No.
can literally say
And that's
he,
what you
That's
go
not
by.
true.
I'm a
We
guy.
talk to males who don't use.
use the same language that you guys use.
We
the
are
same
using-
language that the
we are
Dutch
using
in
the same
kindergarten
language.
And go with that.
We are using the same language.
Okay,
So,
good. So
what are your
do you call? What do you call a
What are your
male?
pronouns? A male? We call a male a male.
What do you call a male?
A male. That's what we call a male.
Okay,
A
good.
male
Do that
what?
then.
Okay, so we're
A
just
male
gonna.
Like I'm not gonna
Okay.
bow to your silly game. So let's
Daniel,
get to the
you are-
question.
Hold on.
All right.
Hey, Trust. One
So-
second. Can I
Yeah. Go ahead.
do that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Daniel, all you're doing is showing that you are completely uneducated. Your education did not go
I
higher than
bet you
8th grade when it
probably a
comes
little
to
more
biology
educated than you are.
because
All right.
sex and gender
Let's
are not
shut the fuck
same.
up, Daniel.
College education,
They're talking.
yeah. college educated people know that gender and sex are different, and there are quite literally more than 2 genders in the world because other cultures have multiple genders, which would mean there literally more genders exist in the world than just 2 because other cultures. We are not even debating this. You can either give your pronouns or you can get the fuck off the panel. If you say he, him, she, her, they, them, whatever, if it's an actual pronoun, we will continue talking to you, but if you will not give your pronouns, you can get the fuck off the panel.
It's that simple, Daniel. All right. So I'm going to unmute you. I'll invite you to mute, and I just need the answer to the question. What are your pronouns? All right, go ahead. You can unmute now. So Daniel, don't want to have a conversation anymore?
He probably can't figure out how to unmute. He's probably screaming at his phone right now.
Yeah.
He's so mad that he had to give his pronouns.
Oh, this is getting clipped, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, go
Definitely
ahead.
going to get
Oh,
clipped.
he finally figured it out.
All right. Just need your pronouns.
I'm not going to give you your thing. So
Okay,
right.
get off the panel.
All right.
Bye.
Have a nice one. Okay. Next one. So again.
All right, hold on really quickly. I'm about to go through a mass muting because we have way too many people in here who are being transphobic, and we do not debate this. I am serious when I say that we do not debate this. If I continue to see these transphobic comments, yes, I'm going to continue to mute it because we do not allow this in this live.
It's not tolerated. So that's just simple as that. You can go somewhere else and ask why people use pronouns. You can go look on Google, whatever you want to do. But if I keep seeing 2 genders, if I keep seeing why do you want pronouns, if I keep seeing anything like that, it's just gonna get muted. That's it.
I've muted
that
3.
simple.
Don't make me continue.
Yeah. Did you get Abby? Yeah, you got
Yes,
Abby.
I did.
Okay. You got Abby. So that's it. So it is that simple. All right. So okay, so if you are in the guest queue, you must be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and you must have evidence that God is real. And we are going to ask for your age and pronouns. So that simple. If you don't want to answer it, then just step down from the guest queue and you can sit in chat and listen. And you can engage with people as long as you follow the chat rules. It's that simple. So let's move on to the next. All right. How's it going?
Hello, hey there.
Hi, can I get your age and your pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 35 and I use he, him.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
I'm a Catholic. I follow Jesus Christ.
Okay. And then what's your best evidence that God is real?
My best evidence is the teachings of Jesus.
Teachings of Jesus? Okay. Jesus? And in what way? Like, could you elaborate?
Yeah, so I think that the teachings that he shared, and I do believe there's good evidence that he actually existed and thought a message of that is more or less accurately depicted in the Bible, that that kind of radical morality could not come from anyone but a supernatural being.
You called it, Cyber. Okay. So okay, so let's just grant that Jesus existed as a real person. What evidence do we have that Jesus actually said what he said?
Well, the letters of Paul are
Okay. Who never met Jesus?
by...
Yeah, he never met Jesus.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
true, but he met.
How do we know that Jesus said what he said? He met his followers. Okay. So still not sure how that demonstrates that Jesus said what he said.
Well, I think it demonstrates that Jesus's followers passed his message on to Paul.
Okay.
and we have evidence of his existence by his letters.
What
that he
evidence do we
left.
have that Paul met all his followers?
Well, it's described in his letters that he
It's
meets
described in his
apostles in the...
Mhm. Okay, so it just says that, but what independent evidence do we have that he, because it just says it in his letters, he claims that he met them. How do we know he met them?
Well, I don't think that serious scholarship disputes that.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking you is, what independent evidence do we have that Paul met the disciples? Do we have any writings from the disciples that say they met Paul?
No, I don't think so.
No, we don't.
Not in the Bible.
Okay, so we have no independent verification outside of the Bible that Paul met any of these disciples. What independent verification do we have that any of these disciples existed besides the Bible?
Well, I do think there is like archaeological evidence that the early church existed.
Well,
like, where do you think
we have
that
independent
Christianity
evidence?
started?
Well, here's an example. We have independently verifiable evidence that Julius Caesar existed, right? We have independently verifiable evidence of that. We have independently verifiable evidence that Augustus existed. We have independently verifiable, and these are contemporary people at the time that Paul supposedly existed, right? Supposedly lived.
Yeah.
But I'll just grant that Paul lived. Let's just grant that Paul existed.
Jesus had...
What I'm trying to understand from you is, what is the independently verifiable evidence that any of the apostles existed?
Well, we only have like 2nd century sources like Origen or...
We don't have anything contemporary, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have no way to know for sure that any of these apostles existed. So how do we... So, okay, so we can say that, we'll just say Jesus existed. We've granted that, but we can't verify for sure that Jesus said the words that he said. They could have all been made up.
No, of course not.
Okay. All right. So when you say so then now this kind of goes back to your original claim. The teachings of Jesus, you said that demonstrates that God is real. But if we can't verify that Jesus actually said these things, that Jesus actually taught these things, how does that demonstrate that God is real?
Well, I still think that the value that Jesus preached are still so radical that they couldn't have come from anyone else.
So the value that Jesus preached.
Of the universe.
Okay. So the value that Jesus preached, that means then that Hinduism is true, because people see a lot of value in the teachings of Hinduism through the gurus. So that means Hinduism is true.
To a degree, yes.
To a degree it's true? To what degree?
I'm not that familiar with the teaching of the gurus, but maybe there is some truth to it.
There's some truth to it? Okay. Well, we could say the same about Christianity then. There's some truth to Christianity, but you don't quite believe that, right? You think all of it's true, right? Or else you'd be a Hindu.
There is good evidence. There's good evidence that some of it is true, and some of it has to be taken by a leap of faith.
Okay. So there's some by a leap of faith. Some of it's true. Okay. And so, okay. So how much is, so when you say God is real, how much of that is evidence, and then how much of that is faith when you say that statement? Like a percentage, what percentage is, when you say the statement God is real, for you, what percentage is backed up by evidence and what percentage is backed up by faith?
I say it's 90% faith.
90% faith. Okay. So we're looking at the 10%. Yeah. Okay. And then how confident are you that God is real on a scale of 1 to 100? 100 being absolutely sure, no doubt. 1 being all doubt, no, I have all doubt.
Yeah,
no
this is totally subjective, and my
it's subjective.
Feelings.
Yeah. And I'm not holding you to it.
I am 100% sure.
You're 100% sure. Okay. So your 100% certainty is propped up by 90% faith.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. All right. And so of that 10%, okay, so we've kind of established that it sounds like the teachings of Jesus might be a little shaky. That's like in the 10% area of evidence. What else do you have for evidence?
Yeah, I don't really have hard evidence. Like I used to be an atheist, but growing up and all my life until like 2 years ago,
Mhm.
but I was always looking for evidence, like for the
Yeah.
existence of God and the supernatural, and I never found any. And I don't think we need any. I come to an understanding that we don't have to have evidence for everything we believe in, like morality, your love for each other, and respect for each other. It doesn't come from evidence. It comes from your chosen view of the world.
Okay. So are you saying then that okay, so for things like love, yeah, that's an emotion. I mean, it's not necessarily a belief, right? It could be a belief, but yeah, it's more of an emotion, right? It's more of a feeling. But so are you saying that you're saying, I don't have to have evidence for my belief, which you're right. You're entitled to believe something without evidence. We call that faith. That's what I call faith, belief without evidence, which I think you've affirmed because you said I only have 10% of evidence and then 90% faith that backs up the statement God is real, and which you're entitled to do. So then what is then the value of believing in something without evidence? Because I see a lot of value in believing something with evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the value of believing in
I-
something without evidence?
Well, I think, for example, like escaping total cynicism and like
Total
just
cynicism?
believing that you live in yes, just like living for yourself and not caring about anyone, or just being cynical about the world and hating everyone and hating how the world works, how it is hateful and evil, like all the evil things that happen in the world. And also like just what's the word for it, when you think that you're a brain in the jar, like even then you have to accept in some phrase
Well,
that
like a
you're actually
solipsis?
being, yeah, solipsism.
Well,
Like
I don't see, that's the thing. I'm not a
there's
solipsist. I have a lot of hope, and I have a lot of hope for the world. I have a lot of hope for, things. I have a lot of hope. I'm actually very optimistic. I'm not very cynical. I'm skeptical of things. I think, that's what we call healthy skepticism, right? Because I need evidence to believe in things, right? Like I'm just like, if you told me, like if I told you I had an invisible fire breathing dragon in my garage, would you just believe me?
no. And I
Okay.
and I
Well,
also
what would you need to believe me then?
evidence.
You need evidence. Okay.
Well,
So, but that doesn't make you cynical. I don't see you as a cynical person or like a hateful person if you didn't believe me.
no, but I think that you
I'm not
can
sure
become
that-
a cynic when like all the things that are happening, like the evil that Americans are doing to immigrants, or the war
hear
that
you.
started in Iran. Like
Yeah.
people are capable of these things, and the truth is that I think they are just people like you and me, and even they think that they are doing the right thing. They are just confused,
Yeah.
and we have to. I come to the belief that we have to have love for them and grace, and the only way I could find that is through the teachings of Jesus, that he is the creator of the universe, and he came down to forgive our sins by dying for us and showing us this ultimate sacrifice and love for us, that we can follow him and love each other and forgive each other for our sins and transgressions.
Okay. So it sounds like you had maybe a bit of a transformation at some point. You feel less cynical. You feel less like, you feel maybe more hopeful. You feel better. Maybe it gives you a good feeling. That's what I'm hearing. Would that be fair to say?
A bit, but it's not that I feel better. I still I still am terrified of the future and how
Oh, I hear
evil
you.
people are.
I hear
But
you.
it just came to me that maybe we need this. We need this teaching to,
Well,
to follow.
well, see, in some ways I agree with you. And the way I agree with you, Robert, is that how you say your name, Robert?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to be sure because it's got the O with the little accent on top of it. So I just want to make sure I'm saying your name right.
Róbert, but Robert.
Róbert. Okay. I know I'm totally Americanizing your name, so I can say Róbert. I can say it like that. That's fine. As long as you don't feel insulted. I want to respect your culture, the way you say your name, all that stuff. So Róbert, in a lot of ways I agree with you. And so you mentioned like what Americans are doing to immigrants, right? And yeah, I agree with you. It's horrific. It's scary. Now, were you aware of the number one religion that voted for the people who were doing this? Do you know which religion that is? It's 80%.
Of course. Yeah.
Which religion? Like the people who voted for the people doing this? Yeah, it's Christians. Exactly. And so this is exactly why, one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing is because right now Christianity is doing some very harmful things in our country, in the United States. And it's not only, it's taking the rights of, it's taking the human rights of immigrants away, number one. It's trying to take the rights, and succeeding in a lot of areas, taking the rights of trans people away. That's why we're very adamant about, pronouns and things of that sort. They're very adamant about that. There is a history of white supremacy that's like still ingrained in this country, steeped in racism, and it's still here. So there are, and all of these things, Róbert, is what you're seeing, and this is what's making you afraid. You see what I'm saying? And so it's hard for me to get, so the part I disagree with you with is that Christianity is the answer, because Christianity cannot both be the problem and the answer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think that Americans are.
I can't hear you.
Sorry?
I couldn't hear you. Well, we've seen it in other areas too. Like we've seen it in other European countries. We've seen it in Hungary. We've seen it in Poland. And in a lot of ways in Great Britain, we've seen it in a lot of countries. We're seeing like Islam, like conservative Islam. The name's escaping me, so people, you can correct me in chat, but like the Taliban, they're doing horrific things in
Sharia law.
Sharia law. Thank you. Sharia law is coming down, and, the Taliban has their even more brutal version of Sharia law that they are doing in Afghanistan. They're doing it in other, in Muslim countries. So the thing is I'm seeing a lot more harm than I am benefit from religion, especially the Abrahamic religions. So I'm trying to see from your perspective how, because you said it seems to be the answer. And so how is it the answer when we're seeing a lot of harm take place in a lot of different places, especially particularly my country?
Yeah, the thing is that you're overgeneralizing and not being specific enough. So like anyone can claim to be a Christian, anyone can claim to follow Christ, but I think that the Catholic Church is the only one who has the authority to correctly interpret the teachings of Jesus.
So if that's the case, if the Catholic Church...
That's why like the papacy is so seriously and repeatedly calling for the love of the stranger, the respect for the immigrants.
The church
and
that
I think
hurts little boys?
the Pope has been very
the church that hurts
vocal.
little boys and covers it up, they're the ones who have the authority to interpret scripture.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
So this is a good point Ember brings up. Yeah, because see, I was a Catholic Róbert, I was a Catholic for a long time, for a long time. And I grew up in going to Catholic schools, and I was going to be a priest at one time. And the scandal that broke out of priests and deacons and cardinals and bishops abusing children, and it wasn't just children. It was like nuns who were being abused and doing a lot of the abusing too, but they were being abused. There were like women being abused, men being abused, because these priests were using their positions of authority to carry this out. And it was rampant. And the Catholic Church were, instead of letting these people come to justice, they were shipping them to different places because they thought that their authority was not subject to the government authority. So I'm trying to understand, if they were acting under God's authority, why would the Catholic Church try to protect priests who were physically and sexually harming people?
Well, because the church is made up of human beings who sin and err and commit these horrible crimes, and then even worse than that, maybe cover them up. So yes, the members can be evil people, but the church overall has the authority not to be perfect or be considered perfect, even on moral teachings, but the interpretation of the Bible.
They're
That's the authority.
they're following Jesus' teachings, right?
Well, not the pedophiles, no.
Well, the church. I'm talking about Rome, the Vatican.
Yes.
The Vatican is following Jesus' teachings. And so where in Jesus' teachings, when the Vatican said to try to settle these out of court, to silence people, and to cover up these things, where in the Jesus' teachings does that state? In which the Vatican
Nowhere.
doesn't say that anywhere. So
nowhere. That was a horrible mistake.
Yeah. So then.
But
okay. Yeah, it was a horrible mistake.
I don't see how that invalidates all of the church forever.
Here's why. Because are Jesus' teachings perfect?
Yes.
Okay. So if they're
But his
perfect,
followers are not.
okay, is perfect? How can they be perfect if they're incomplete?
Well, they are not always perfectly understood or
Okay.
followed.
Okay. So where in Jesus' teachings does it say do not abuse children?
Specifically, I don't think.
Specifically, yeah.
It does.
Okay. So it's not
I don't
complete.
think it does.
Okay. So again, I ask you, how is something that's incomplete perfect? Because you have to understand, the Vatican used that as a loophole. Because they specifically use that as a loophole to hide these priests all over the world, reassign them everywhere, reassign them to different places, and then try to settle out of court, and have these victims sign non-disclosure agreements so that they wouldn't talk.
Yeah,
so they tried their best to cover it up. So that's what I'm asking you.
I know all of that, but
if it's not complete, how is it perfect if it's not complete?
I don't think there was any priest who believed that was fine because Jesus didn't say not to abuse children.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the ones who decide. I'm just clarifying. I don't mean to cut you off like this, but I'm just clarifying. The decision makers who decided that the priests who were abusing people were going to be reassigned to different places, that they were going to be sent away to places instead of bringing them to the police and saying, these people did wrong, and here you go. This is all the evidence. No, they tried to cover it up. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So that's what I'm asking you. If it doesn't say in the teachings, if it doesn't say in the catechism that you are not to do this, and they saw that as a loophole, I'm asking you, then that means that Jesus's teachings were incomplete. And how can something incomplete be perfect?
Why do you think they saw that as a loophole? Can you explain that?
Because they said that. They said it was a loophole because they used that as a justification. If you look at the internal documents from the church, because people bought lawsuits and then they had all of these things, they obtained these things in discovery. They're letters from bishops, they're letters from cardinals saying this is what we need to do. So that's why I'm asking you, if
Yeah, but the
decision makers were
justification
making these decisions based on Jesus's teachings, how can it be perfect if it's not complete? Because you would agree, if they're being guided by Jesus's teachings and it's not in there, then Jesus's teachings can't be perfect.
Yeah, but I don't think that the justification of the priest was that Jesus didn't forbid pedophilia.
Okay.
I think my understanding, I did watch documentaries about this, and my understanding that the two things that they tried to hang it upon incorrectly was that they were confessed to other priests, so they should be forgiven, and they managed to convince some of the accusers or their
Okay.
families.
So they were following Jesus's teachings then,
Yeah,
Oh
but
my God.
but your
because they
I don't
went to
think that's what
confession,
it said.
right? They went to confession,
Yes,
right?
yes, that's
And
Yeah.
that just absolves them of everything.
And that absolved them of their sins. And confession is what?
Oh my God.
Confession is what?
confession.
Confession is, yeah.
He
What
absolves
is why is it an advantage to go to confession? Like, why do people go to
Because
confession?
God forgives your sins,
And
and you're absolved of sin.
And?
So what you're getting at?
it's confidential.
Yes.
So what you tell the priest is confidential. And so that was the loophole. That's the loophole I was trying to get to.
Okay.
They
okay.
used that loophole of confidentiality because they were saying this is why a bunch of laws changed. So it wasn't their morality that changed this. The laws had to change. Okay. So now we have disclosure laws, and it's specifically because of what the Catholic Church did, because they were confessing their sins to a priest, and the priest was upholding that confidentiality, not thinking, oh, I better go tell somebody. He thought that his authority to God was higher than the authority of the police. And the victims missed out on their justice because of that loophole. So that's what I'm getting at,
Okay,
Robert. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I
So
think-
it was incomplete. That's exactly what I'm asserting. The teachings of Jesus were incomplete. And so I go back to the question I ask you. If it's incomplete, how can it be perfect?
Yeah, I think you're just sorry to go back, but you're just misrepresenting it a bit.
It's not
because,
misrepresentation. How is it misrepresenting?
Yeah, it wasn't only confession that they realized that people were abusing children. They saw it, they witnessed it, other children testified
But
about
they
it.
and then
so
they
it
and then
wasn't
they
really an
hid
excuse.
it.
And
And
then they
then
went to
they hid
confession.
it.
And then they hid it.
Like they went to confession and had no consequences. These men who did
Except
this
getting
should
reassigned.
be in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, these men who did this should be in prison. They should be separated from the rest of society for their entire lives. They should not be allowed to participate in society, but they get away with it because the church has SAM insurance, and they can just pay some money and wipe it away, and they can just reassign these guys because they went to confession. But the problem is that these children, these families that they hurt, they still have the trauma. They still like the fact that you think, I'm sorry, I'm going to get on a soapbox for a second, because the fact that you think that a church that is that harmful, that their harm has that much of a reach, that it is the family, it is the children, it is the families, it is their parents, their grandparents, it is their friends, all of these people who are affected by this harm, that you think that that same church can have any kind of authority to interpret a holy book.
Yeah.
Because they're not even just harming regular people, they are harming children. They're not just harming adults, they are harming adults too. But they are also it is a large problem. We know this is a huge problem.
Yeah. And I want to jump in with something else.
Yeah.
Róbert, we see this in all types of different religions where there is a power structure like that. We see it in Islam, we see it in the Mormon church, we see it in in Hinduism. We see it in Hinduism with gurus taking advantage of people. We see it in Buddhism. I mean, we see it all over the place. It is, so what it seems to be is it is people in positions of power taking advantage of their position. And so it may be a human thing, probably is. What I'm trying to convey to you is that then that means that if the Catholic Church is following God, then that means that if they're the closest to following God, they share the same traits with all of these other religions with the same hierarchical structure. And how can that be possible if they're following God?
So yeah, maybe we are a bit speaking past each other. My point is that the confession, the secrecy of the confession, wasn't the reason that these priests decided to
I
cover them
agree
up.
with you. Not the
It
main
wasn't
reason, but it was one of the
excuse.
reasons. It was one of the ways they covered it up. But I already,
Yeah,
and
but
I agree with you. They used non-disclosure agreements. They used the SAM insurance because then the insurance companies had their non-disclosure agreements. They use that to,
yeah, but they could have
and
sent
exerted their power.
people to the police without unsealing confessions.
But they
Like
didn't.
they had
They
other
didn't until they
evidence.
were forced to. They did
But
not
my
until they were
point
forced
is-
to. That's
my
that's
point
my
is that
point. Not one person was sent to the police until they were
Yes,
forced
but
to.
I'm not trying to defend the people who did this. I'm trying to defend the teaching of confession. My point is that confession is still considered sealed and would still not be revealed, but the church made reforms to report other sources of
Because they
harm.
were forced
But that
to.
continues harm.
Yeah.
Well,
The
yes,
secrecy of
forced to.
confession continues harm. Because at least with therapy and people who go and talk to professionals, we have mandated reporters that if you want to be licensed, this is why the church is so harmful, because you don't have to be licensed. You don't have to be a mandated reporter when
Exactly.
you are hearing these things.
Mhm.
You can just protect it, but with the state, you have to report it when you hear it. Because otherwise you can lose your license, you can go to prison, all of these different things.
Yeah. And
You have
and
to
in our
report
country, I'm sorry to
these
interrupt.
harms.
In our country, Robert, actually, the mandated report, at least in my state, the church leaders were part of that requirement to mandate report, and the Catholic Church fought very hard to have that stricken from the law. They spent millions and millions of dollars to have that taken out of the law.
The confession part, right?
No, the mandated reporter part. Like, did you understand what Ember was saying about being a mandated reporter? Like, mental health professionals in the United States are required to, if they hear about any abuse, to report it to law enforcement. They have to. And it's a criminal penalty if they don't do that, if they fail to do that. And what I'm saying to you is that when these laws were being considered and being voted on, the Catholic Church and the Mormon Church, a bunch of churches, they spent millions and millions of dollars to try to stop that when one of the provisions was to have religious leaders included in that. They spent so much money to try to stop that.
Are you sure that it wasn't just the exemption of confession?
No, it wasn't the exemption of confession. It was being a mandated reporter. So, because it's any type of in the duties of your profession, if you hear about any abuse, you were required to report it. And the reason why I know this is because my wife is a mandated reporter, so she has to go through training every year. So that's what we're trying to say.
But
I'm going to start the
sure.
kick poll. Go ahead and take the wheel for a minute, Ember. I'm going to start the kick poll. So, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Robert, were you going to say something?
Yeah, that in my country, like it is required by law to report abuse. Anyone, not just mandated professionals. You commit a crime if you don't do it.
That's
and
nice.
The only exemption is like doctor, physician, and confession during the but no other
Right.
one.
Well, with the even
Okay, poll
so,
started,
a
everybody.
confession exemption, it allows harm to continue. They don't have to report it, so they can just hide it and reassign, or they can just go harm someone else and do the same thing over again.
Yeah.
They continue this harm, and I don't, and this is the history of the church, the Catholic Church, Protestant Church, just religion in general is taking advantage of the leadership, taking advantage of people who are underneath, who are on the bottom.
Well, that's the history of every institution. Like, that's just human nature, I think.
Well, we agree, but that's what we're asserting.
I don't
'Cause
necessarily agree, because other cultures have been able to not have this kind
pedophiles?
of issue.
I took that in the
I
context
think
of like all religious organizations. So that's the context
sure,
I took
yeah.
that in. Yeah. But that was my point earlier, Robert, is that we see harm in all of these religions.
Well, there can be harm in all kind of authority that people have over each other.
Absolutely. We agree 100%.
And we should do whatever we can to reduce that harm, not allow it to continue.
Exactly.
Well, hey, listen, Robert, they've voted to move on. The chat has. So I do appreciate you coming up and being respectful. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. Yeah. So I know that totally shifted off topic, but I was like, I mean, we had just basically like 7 minutes in, we're like, okay, no evidence. So now what?
Yeah, and I think that was important. I think that was an important discussion.
No, it was a good
to
discussion.
have, too.
Yeah, it was a good discussion. Yeah,
and I appreciate you letting me go on soapboxes
Absolutely.
every once in a while.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't understand giving men who are at the top and who are hiding all kinds of harm,
Such
like
an
all
important
of the
point.
authority to interpret what you say is perfect scripture.
Yeah,
that
was. Yeah. Oh, I'm
because
so
they're
sorry.
not
Go ahead.
just
Yeah.
they're not just humans, making mistakes. They are P3DOs. And they need to be separated from the rest of society, not given all authority to interpret scripture.
Yeah, and these were people protecting their colleagues. So they were, and what they tried to say was, oh, we handled it internally. That's what the Catholic Church tried to do. That's what other religions tried to do, was that they tried to say, well, we handled it internally, so we didn't need to get law enforcement involved. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, it bothers me. My parents actually left a church. It was part of what started their deconstruction. Was they left a church over harm happening, and the church just they were like, we need to report this. You guys need to do something about this.
Yeah.
And they refused.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's rampant, and that's a Protestant church. It's everywhere.
Oh, it's everywhere. Every church will cover it up because they are scared to lose congregants. They're terrified. And that's why the church did it.
They lose legitimacy if any of that harm, if who they actually are and what they do comes out.
Exactly. But the only reason you see things about that now is because they were forced to do that by through legislation. That's why you see like people in churches getting arrested and things of that sort. Yeah. So not a vast generalization. It is because if you're gonna pick out individual instances, but it is a pattern that we see. So we can make that generalization. Yeah, all the churches. So you're gonna get butthurt over the term all the churches. I said what I said.
Yeah,
they're all toxic.
That we say all churches is because all churches have to have SAM insurance.
Yep. All of them have to have it.
They all have to have that because the problem is so rampant.
Yeah. All right. I think we said what we said about this topic. I'm not gonna debate it anymore with people. So, okay. So if you're in the queue, please be a believer of the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Please be at least 18, and please be prepared to state your pronouns and give evidence that God is real. We'll take a friendly up real quick. This is Cyber. What up, Cyber?
Not a whole lot. How are you?
I'm good, sir. You probably had a point like from like an hour ago, but that's all good. So
Yeah, I won't bring it up. I was just going to go into not only that. I was going that topic definitely more important than what I was going to bring up. But I was just going to bring up how the Catholic Church, their statements towards Jewish people and towards slavery, how it wasn't even until 1992 when abolishing slavery made it into the Catechism. 1992.
1992.
But anyways,
from the 1400s, no less. So it only took them 500 years. Yeah.
only
500 years. Yeah. And yeah. And not to mention, they started the transatlantic slave trade. They started it.
In fact, history fact, you'll hear a lot of Christians will say, well, we started the slave abolition movement. That's not true. The first actual slave abolition movement started in Haiti. The Haitians.
The Haitians did.
Atheist, secular Haitians started it. And then shortly after that, with the French Revolution, the French ended slavery. And Napoleon Bonaparte, on orders from the Catholic Church, reinstated slavery in France.
Yeah. On orders. And on top of that, the only reason the abolitionists wanted abolition was because people were converting to Christianity, and and they got their fifis hurt that Christians were now being enslaved because because slaves were converting to Christianity and then they were still being enslaved, and they didn't like that. So that's the only reason. They just didn't want Christians enslaved. So, and that's kind of how it started, actually, was that they just specifically wanted only Christians to be freed. And anyone who wasn't a Christian, they were cool with them being a slave. So yeah, so that whole Christianity started abolition is bullshit. Total bullshit.
I don't work today, so I was going to see if it was cool if I hung up out here with you a little bit today.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck it. All right, let's do it. It's the bolero hat, man. I think that's what it is. It's the lid, and yeah, just the vibe. I'm like, yeah, Cyber, you got to stay. Right on, man.
I see. No one's going to get you two into a cowboy hat, but
I don't know. Hey, I watched Django Unchained, and Django looked pretty dope in one of those hats. So I don't know. I might do it. Who knows? Hey, and you know what? Black people do have a rich cowboy history too. So
there is.
Yeah,
there is.
Very rich cowboy history. Yeah, very much so. So yeah, you know what? Never say never. Never say never. All right. All right, let's bring up the next one. Let's go to Jimmy Rizzo 30. What's going on, Jimmy?
Hello, sir.
How you doing?
21. He, him, sir.
All right. And which God do you believe in?
Okay, so I do believe in Jesus, sir, and I don't want to be roped into any church. And I would want to lead off.
Well, you're a Christian. We're good with that. Yeah.
Okay, but I would want to lead off by saying I also severely condemn the actions of the churches that you guys were talking about, and I realize that all churches have the same level of pollution, and I admire your guys' level of empathy, and I admire your guys' level to deduct that, okay? Because I feel like that's a very easy deduction. Okay, you look at the information and you don't put the blinders on, right? You just look at the truth, okay?
All right.
And I really admire that about all of you here. Ember, amazing. Like the amount of empathy coming out of everyone here, I love it. And that's why I want to be a part of this conversation.
Okay. Well, yeah, I appreciate that, Jimmy. All right. Well, let's get on to your evidence. What's your best evidence that God is real?
Okay. So in order for us to understand the same epistemology, we kind of have to start with like 2 + 2. Because like obviously I can't point to a church. I can't point to somebody and say, oh, he's got the truth, right? But so what I do know for a fact, if we do believe that there is an objective truth, that we're self-aware, we're self-reflecting, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And in that self-awareness and self-reflecting, I would assume, and this is only off my own perspective, that most people would want to pursue the truth, right? They wouldn't want to pursue something knowing that it's false.
Okay. All right.
Do you agree with that? Like, do you live that in your personal life, sir?
Yeah. Well, not all the way, because I mean, we've had people earlier up here where we just showed them the bald-faced facts of what is in the Bible. And, you know, one guy earlier, our first guest today, as a matter of fact, he said, yeah, I just can't say it. I can't say it. So there are people who will deny the truth. there are people who will do that. I think that's more based on feelings than anything, because they're just not ready to deal with that cognitive dissonance. It just, it's a little bit of an overwhelming feeling, but we have seen that. But I think in a lot of ways, yeah, you could be right.
What do you mean? Like, I could be right about you wanting to pursue truth and be an
Oh, well,
active
in my
morally.
case, definitely. I mean, that's something
Okay,
I
right. I
really
don't
try
want
to
talk about
hold
like people
myself to.
generally. Like, I'm
Yeah.
asking you, sir.
Yeah, but for me, yeah, I try my best to hold myself to that. And, like I've done, that's what deconstruction is all about. It can often start with religion. Sometimes it starts with politics. It starts with something in which you just, you dismantle your belief, and you look at it and you're like, why do I actually believe this? And, and then you just try to determine what the truth is. And if you can verify, why you believe this. And so I think, for at least from my journey, it started with religion, or my belief in God. It's moved over into politics. It's moved over into social and cultural issues. So I'm just willing to deconstruct everything, just tear everything down to the studs and just re-examine what I believe.
And I don't want to pull too much from earlier conversations, because I feel like that's unfair. But one thing I did catch that I thought was interesting from the other conversation, maybe you can elaborate more, is that you said that if you look at the teachings that Jesus proposed, or that he led, that they're incomplete.
As far as the Catholic Church is concerned, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
So
because the catechism is
have you
based
read
off
different-
Jesus's teachings. The catechism is based off of that. And somewhat the Old Testament as well, but it's mostly based off of Jesus's teachings. And the Catholic Church looked at the catechism, and they found loopholes into how to deal with these priests that were abusing people.
Condolences.
So that's why I said it's incomplete. Yeah, it's incomplete, because if they saw loopholes, it's not complete. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so would you argue then? And I'm not, and I still don't know the answer. I'm just actually asking you, so I shouldn't say argue. Do you think, sir, then, that there's no complete version of the Bible out there?
No complete version of the Bible? That's an interesting question. I'm going to have to say no, because we're missing fragments of shit, and it's been rewritten so many times. I'm going to ask what Cyber thinks. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, there's just so many, there's yeah, we don't have I don't think we have absolute originals of things. We've got pieces of things. We've got parchments, fragments of parchments.
I would agree with you, sir.
I don't think we have
I
a
would agree with
complete,
you.
I don't think we have a complete Bible. I would argue we don't. I don't know what you think,
I would
Cyber.
agree with you, sir.
Yeah, I it's going to depend on what you mean by
Yeah, that too.
Bible, right? We do have
Mhm.
texts that are so I'm Jewish. We have texts that are excluded from the Jewish Tanakh, but they're written by Jewish people, but they're excluded out. Some of these are also excluded from the Bible, whereas the Ethiopian Bible has included some of them. The Catholic Bible has included some of them. And so it really depends on what you mean by complete. If we're talking about like all historical and religious texts from early Judaism through the first century, then yeah, absolutely, it's incomplete. If we were to include everything, like Trust said, I have a feeling there's more documents out there that we just haven't discovered yet that have been lost to time.
Yeah.
So it just depends on what you mean by it. But as far as with what we do have, I do think that the Christians do have what they would consider a complete Bible just based off of what we do have.
Okay, and I think that's something the Christians assume. And I think earlier when you said that teachings were incomplete, I thought that meant that like they were originally incomplete, and that was an assumption by me. Because I'll be honest with you guys, and part of this searching that I'm doing, like I'm starting to read the Bible, because I realize that if I'm going to talk about these things, if I'm going to understand these epistemologies, I actually have to read it for myself, front to cover.
Yeah, and
okay?
real
That's a
quick, I
great
don't
thing to do.
mean
Yeah.
to yeah. and I don't mean to cut you off, but the question was, what's your evidence that God is real? And I
That's
don't
how
know
I
if
was
you see
building
over
it. I was
there
building
next
to
to
it.
Trust Head, but we have a timer.
Yeah,
And so
that's
we've been
fine, sir.
talking
It's
a
not gonna
lot.
take long.
Yeah, so I'm just curious if we could get to the question.
Yeah, that's all right. I was just letting you guys, because you wanted to talk about like the different types of like scriptures and the amount that are used in
Yeah.
different contexts and the amount
No worries.
that are used to lend people. Because
Mhm.
I would argue that whatever book you read, it's used to lend you in a certain direction, but you have to look at it from the standard of truth, right? And we were kind of getting to that earlier, right? We were talking
Yeah.
about, hey, we're both moral agents to our best abilities. You know, we act with the best that we can, right? And so, and guys, I'm not. I'm saying you could probably poke holes in my experience, right, in my perspective of what I have read and what I have heard, and the good news that there is, and the truth that there is. But so the truth that I've heard, and I'm not saying, guys, I'm not saying I've figured everything out, is that Jesus lived the life of truth, that he lived without sin, right? And so if we're just gonna stay under this epistemology, right? Would you disagree with that? Even if it whether Jesus whether anything actually happened, sir, I'm asking you personally. Somebody came down and they did all good unto the others. They had the high standard of love. It was self-sacrifice unto others, with no reward to the self, just to do good.
Mm.
And I understand how you can pick apart Jesus in your mind of what you read about him, but just purely just from a moral realist perspective, look at Jesus. Would you go no, or and that and again get back into the epistemology of what is true and what is good,
Yeah.
not what you've seen through the
Well,
lens of.
I would disagree that Jesus was sinless. In order for him to get the donkeys that he rode in through Jerusalem, he told his disciples to just go grab them.
To steal
And
them.
if yeah,
Yeah.
and if the owner questions them about why they're taking his donkeys, just say the Lord needs them. Right? So we have that. God or Jesus literally set Peter up.
It was a donkey
If you
jack.
remember, yeah, if you remember, he told his disciples, you know, be poor, don't buy weapons, you don't need them. And then when he knew that he'd heard that people were probably going to come try to arrest him, he tells his disciples and says, hey, go buy weapons. I'm going to be arrested. I need you to defend me. So he
Well,
talked
right.
his disciples into buying weapons to use against people that were going to arrest him. So
I don't
no,
see how
I don't
that's.
think Jesus was sinless. I think he
Yeah, I don't think
committed
he was
sins. He set
sinless.
people up for
Yeah.
sins.
And I think and then my piece to throw in there was how he treated the Canaanite woman. I think he committed a sin right there. To refer to the Canaanite woman as a dog, to make her beg, to make her humiliate herself before he would, you know, quote unquote, heal her daughter. You know, oh yeah, and the property destruction of the temple too. Yeah, I can't forget that. So what we have.
That one I'm okay with personally. Personally, I will only say I'm okay with it just because people were scamming the temple goers and selling stuff. So that's the only time that I will say that's okay. 'cause
Okay,
it was
we
like
can
a
put that one like
protest. Yeah,
morally
we'll put
questionable.
that as
Yeah,
the lower one, but the
yeah,
Canaanite woman, like
that's a pretty
it
bad
just
one.
he was like a normal human being who has his own goals and ideals, and he was not perfect, and we can see that. But the God colored glasses, the Jesus colored glasses, you guys just make this presupposition that Jesus
Mhm.
is perfect.
Yeah, it
And
starts
so
with the
everything
precept.
that
Yep.
you read, yeah, everything that
I
you
will
read
agree.
is going
It
to
is the
go off of
precept.
that.
Yep, I cannot disagree with that, guys. You guys have nailed it down. That is honestly, you guys have almost caught me like a fish, right? I don't know what to do. But I think we should kind of cut this off right here. I think I do have to step down, sir, because the only thing I would do is to look more into Jesus's life myself, right?
Well, hey.
And see if I come to the same conclusions.
Well, you know what? I would say that's more intellectually honest than what we've dealt with today. So I do appreciate that. And yeah, and I encourage you, because you said you're reading through the Bible. I mean, that was exactly what ultimately turned me to an atheist. It was reading the Bible. And I would highly encourage you that.
Scared now.
And I would, well, Well, that's, you know what, that kind of brings up an interesting question. Because see, the thing is that the first time I read it with that presupposition that God is all good and Jesus was perfect and all that stuff, and I still found problems with it. And then as I
Oh,
read it
really? I
successively,
did not.
oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, I mean, just right off the bat, you know, a lot of things slid by me. I'm not gonna, you know, let's not get it twisted, but a lot of things slipped by me. But I mean, just from my personal perspective, you know, as soon as I read Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, that threw up a huge red flag with me. All right. So when we're talking about chattel slavery in the Bible, and, you know, and I'm not going to lie to you, my family doesn't have a good history with slavery. All right. So when I thought of it from that perspective, I'm like, oh, this is not good. You know, this was not the slavery I
can't
learned about in Sunday
I
school.
can't I can't disagree, I can't disagree with you guys because I've not read most of the Old Testament. I will admit when I do read the Bible, and I have never I've like might have written or read I might have read Matthew and then
Mhm.
stopped, or like come back, read Luke and John, or like, you know what I mean? But like, and I'm just getting different messages out of it when I read it. Do I ever look at the whole entire thing to see if it's, non-contradictory or if it all makes sense? No, I do kind of cherry pick, I will admit. And so, uh,
Yeah.
but I just get a different message out of it. I do not have a good enough school of thought, epistemology, however you want to put it, to convey that to anyone other than my own intrinsic beliefs. And it brings up the question. Do we know exactly where our beliefs come from and why they are there? Because like personally, when we talk about presupposition, you guys nailed it down, and you guys really did. And the presupposition that I've always just had is faith, man. And can't grasp it because I can't remember the first time I started believing in Jesus, right?
Yeah.
So maybe somebody told me before I could remember things, right?
Well,
And maybe that's the reason I clung to it.
neuroscience and
But like,
psychology tells us a lot about where we get our beliefs from. A lot of it is like our upbringing, culture, you know, our environment, you know, people we're friends with, our
is it
families who
biological at
influences
all?
us. Some of it's biological, some of it's cultural, some of it's, you know, psychological. There's a lot that goes into it. Your experiences dictate your beliefs. But in this sense, a lot of it is cultural because, like, for example, like culture and family of origin, that's one of the 5 reasons that I have found doing this almost, you know, we're going on 2 years I've done this. 5 reasons, and 5 reasons only that people believe in God. And one of them is family and culture of origin. And so where you are born, which you have no control over, largely determines which God you will worship and believe in. So, you know, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious. If you were born in India, you're most likely going to be a Hindu. I mean, it's just odds.
But sir,
You know?
I mean, but you agree that me and you were both born in the United States, I assume, right?
Huh?
So we both heard Jesus, and maybe what you somewhat believed in Jesus at some point, and now you've stopped. But I don't think I could ever stop my fundamental belief for Jesus because, like, I when I tried to build the 2+2 earlier, it's about the pursuit of the truth and the
Right.
self-reflection and the self-awareness to do so in love. I mean, like, that's just the general message I get from the Bible when I read it, guys. And I'm not trying to ticky-tack here with you guys. I'm just trying to give you guys my perspective on things.
Right. I hear you. But see, here's the other piece to it. So, you know, because the message that you're getting, and I think that's what churches have done a great job at.
Yeah, but
And I know you said you're not part of a church, but what I'm saying though is
right.
that the influence is still there, whether you know, can see it or not. The influence of what churches say, the, you know, the quote unquote message. And so what I'm trying to
I've
understand.
totally depicted with you that churches are like fundamentally evil, fundamentally lenses of themselves to discolor, to tragify things that don't need to be tragified. Like, how do I say this? You know what I mean? Like, I agree with you that there's not an unpolluted entity out there that claims they know best about the Bible.
Yeah.
And do I claim I know best about the Bible? Absolutely not, sir. I'm just kind of giving you my general message, and I do have to read more. I am reading more, I'm being honest with you of how much and how incomplete my for sort of own epistemology is here.
Well, I think,
And the thing
yeah,
is I believed in Jesus before I even touched the Bible. But not be necessarily because anybody told me to. My mom's not a Christian, like there might have been Christians around me in life, but it never occurred to me to be a Christian. I mean, it's just about pursuit of the truth, right? And finding
okay,
what is true.
okay. And so then in that case, how do you know that this is true and the other religions aren't true?
Well, the other religions I would argue they're just language. It's all just language, right? And all this
In what way?
language, and maybe it's
Yeah.
getting
Could you explain that? Yeah. What do you mean by just
Well,
language?
because I think language is a more language of the mind, right? Like you can use like math as a language, right?
Okay.
Math is something we characterize in our head with numericals,
Mm-hmm.
but like words are something used in all language, whether the language is in love, hate, fear. Like you can name all different types of languages out there that exist. I'm using language in a broader term as far as like English versus Spanish. Language is the way that we understand. Language is the way that we communicate and connect with each other. Language is love, right? Love is a language. I can act in love or I can act in hate. They're both
Yeah.
languages. I might express those languages differently. I might punch, somebody else might slap, but it's the same energy or
Well,
the same.
you would agree though that like with language we can come to common ground on a lot of things, right? And like with math, no matter what no matter what like original language you speak, math all says the same thing. Numbers are all the same, equations are all the same, all that good stuff, right? So no matter what, like it doesn't differ. Like if you go to a different country, Jimmy, and you do algebra with somebody, it's going to be exactly the same, right? It's not going to be, 2 + 2 = 5, or, instead of y = mx + b, it's y, it's something completely different, right? It's not going to be like that. It's all going to be the same. It's universal.
Right. So all the different religions, all the different denominations are different languages.
Yeah, and that's my point. It just seems like it's more about there's something else that's changing things. I mean, we're talking about a monotheistic God in Christianity and a polytheistic well, there's a flavor of Hinduism that is polytheism, right? And so this is what we're talking about, and that's a vast difference. And so that's why I'm asking you, how did you determine that it's Jesus and it's not Krishna, Ganesh, Vishnu, and Brahma in Hinduism?
One, I don't know enough about those religions. It's just the first one I looked at. I of course would be the answer. Have I ever looked at the Quran? Have I ever looked at anything else other than the Bible? No. But I've never agreed with like any certain perspective on the Bible. Like I've gone to different churches and I've talked to different people about the Bible, right? And they all express it in a different language. And I think none of their language is non-contradictory. Like they might say the same fundamental things, but when I connect with them and I talk with them, they fundamentally disagree with each other. You know what I mean? Like they may think they agree because they're in the same church, but nobody has it actually figured it out. Like,
okay.
And so like for me or anybody or any entity to claim that there's an end goal line here in the pursuit of truth and the pursuit of love and all of these things that I've just gotten as a like basic 2 + 2 meaning out of the Bible, like just by looking at it. Not saying everyone has to derive that, but like just as my perspective. And I understand how people falter sometimes, just like myself. I have certain things that I want to do better. I feel like I could do better for others always, right? And it's the constant strive to do it. So I feel like that's the belief in Jesus that I have.
Okay. Well,
and that's because Jesus is the truth in that aspect, sir, that there is a truth, and I'm just calling it Jesus. You know what I mean?
All right. I got what you're saying, but I think, yeah, I think we kind of hit a wall here. Cause what I would encourage you to do, Jimmy, is, I would encourage you to, to read the Bible from first page to last, like start at Genesis 1 and go all the
Yep.
way to the last chapter of Revelation, very last page. And, and I would just advise, read what it says. Just read what it says. Don't try to find a message. Don't try to read into it. Just read what it says. And
Well,
then
so I would disagree that the Bible is
really,
not. I would agree. There's a lot of metaphors in the Bible. The Bible's not always
okay. Well, you
literal.
know that a lot of metaphors aren't true, right? So then you'd be admitting that, that there are things in the Bible that aren't true. Because I mean, that's what metaphors are, right? It's like it's a literary like term to demonstrate, a concept, right? Or like explain something.
Right.
But that doesn't mean it's,
So it
because
makes
people use
that
metaphors that aren't true all the time, right?
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like, like Shakespeare used a lot of
But what if
metaphors,
what if
but
the
that doesn't make
metaphors
them
are
true.
literally just well, what if the metaphors are literally just to contextualize what happened with humanity, regardless of whether it's good or bad,
Can
and then
contextualize it? Okay.
okay,
Well, see,
because
well,
the
here's the,
metaphor, whether it's good or bad, if it's just about something that actually objectively happened, like whether it's good or bad doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just a historical
okay.
context metaphor,
All
more
right.
of a. I
Well,
mean, like I
let
don't know
me
for sure,
Let's
guys,
go
but
to
I'm just giving you
Leviticus
guys my
11.
perspective.
Yeah, and while
Okay.
he's doing that, let me ask you a question, because you're talking about the Bible like the Bible is as basic as math, right? But how do you
No, it's
discredit the
living.
Vedas then? Like in Hinduism, how do you discredit the Vedas? Are
I
they
don't really.
are they comparable to math as well? What about
What
the
do you?
Quran?
I just told you though, guys, that I have never read the Quran.
I know, but I think that's part of the issue is like there's other scriptures for other religions out there, but you're saying that the Bible must be true because you're comparing it to math,
I'm
but
not
you
saying the
haven't read
Bible
these
is true
other.
though. I'm saying Jesus is true. Like,
Well, we get Jesus from the Bible though, right? So how do
Mm-hmm.
you know that that Brahma in Hinduism isn't true?
but like, okay, whether or not the Bible is true, if you look at the message contextualized in the whole Bible, would he be not a good man? Like, what are we like? I know you're trying to nitpick like scripture here with me, and I don't know enough, and I've kind of told you that I don't know enough, and that you guys are way smarter in the epistemology
Well, we're
as
not
far as
denying that
scripture.
Jesus existed as a person, but
Yeah.
just because a person does or says good things, and I think most of us on panel here would disagree. A lot of the things that Jesus taught, we would disagree with. Turning the other cheek is just a way to continue to be a victim. We
Mm-hmm.
believe that you should be able to defend yourself,
Mm-hmm.
right? You shouldn't just turn the other cheek. You need to defend
Well,
yourself.
but you have to look at the context, because in the context that he told that person to turn his other cheek, there are times in life where you just have to take it on the chin. Like, it might not be actually somebody slapping you. It might be something in
But
life that just sucks,
he
right?
never
He
said
didn't
But
distinguish.
you can't
sometimes.
do anything
Yeah.
about it.
He never said
He never said
sometimes.
sometimes. He said if they want your shirt or your tunic, you give them your cloak as well. You give them more than they asked for. You not only
Because
turn
these
the other
people
cheek, but
were
you give
in
them more than
need,
what they
and
asked
this
for.
person, yeah, the reason why is because the people who needed this stuff, who asked for this stuff, needed it.
That's not what
And
it
this person
says.
was
That's not what it
no.
says.
Okay, then I
It's
guess
not
I'm
what it
wrong,
says.
because I thought
Yeah.
I was
It's not what
I
it
thought you
says.
were referring to the travelers. I thought you were referring to the travelers that were with
No,
Jesus.
he's
Okay.
literally saying if somebody's going to steal from you, Ember's saying if somebody's coming to you to do you harm. In this case, he's using stealing as the example.
I
Just
thought
give
you
them
said
your
ask for it.
clothes. Don't fight them. Just give them
Don't
what they
fight him.
want.
Just give him what they want. Oh, and also I would actually push back against Jesus being a good guy, because you got to remember also Jesus specifically insisted upon following all of the Mosaic law, and we see problems with the Mosaic law. There's all kinds of horrific things that are going on in Mosaic law, and Jesus specifically said you need to follow all of it. And so that means
To
then
include slavery.
including slavery, including raping women, including stoning women to death, stoning children to death. Jesus supported all of that. So, there was no exception. He gave no exception. And on top of that, you could argue he was a bit of a hypocrite too, because not only did he support
the ultimate
express, well, not only did he express following every letter of the law, every letter, every stroke of the letter of the law. That's what he specifically said. Follow all of it. Then turned around and said, for the woman who's an adulterer, no, don't stone her. He encouraged people not to do that. So
don't look at the laws of that time, brother. Look at the laws today. Like, should you follow all the laws?
Yeah, we're pivoting. So what I'm saying to you though is that
well, I just take that, sir. No, but seriously, like, you're saying Jesus told you to follow the laws. I seriously just take that literally in my life, that I should follow the laws. I should go to school.
Didn't he just say that you can't take everything in the Bible to be literal? But now he's saying he's just going to take this literal as the
Well, it's a
follow-on.
literal metaphor. It is a literal metaphor. I mean, because
that's a contradiction. It can't be. Hold on.
He knew that they were going to develop.
One thing is, you can't have a literal metaphor. That's a contradiction in terms. It's either literal or it's a metaphor. It can only be one or the other. It's like saying it's a squared circle. Yeah.
And Jesus distinguishes between following the Mosaic law and following the law of the land. When he says, give unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, not only is he saying, hey, pay your taxes, but he's also saying, follow Caesar's law.
Yep.
Well,
so
right.
He makes it distinguishing.
He makes a specific distinguish.
Government, so I have to pay the taxes to the government, and I have to live by their laws. I can't just do whatever I want.
Yeah, but he does that in conjunction with
the Mosaic law.
The Mosaic law.
I'm just totally missing it, guys. I'm totally missing it.
You are.
And that's not your fault. Maybe I'm just an idiot.
No. It's not that. It's just I wouldn't say an idiot. You just haven't read it yet. That's why we're saying go read it. And and like I said, specifically he says to follow all the laws, and then turns around and then breaks the laws. And and so he just does what he sees fit. And that's kind of part of the reason the Pharisees had him killed, is because he was breaking Mosaic law and then saying, I am the Son of Man, I can do that. And he had no authority to do that. That was the big reason they did what they did. So, that it's not surprising that the Jews wanted him dead.
I don't think I'll actually ever come to see it through that lens. But
yeah. Well,
I am reading it, and I will continue
keep on
to
reading.
It, and...
Yeah. But hey, listen, Jimmy, come back when, after some time reflecting, reading, etc. Or if you have more questions, come on back and talk to us. I mean, this was super respectful, and we appreciate that.
And somebody in chat
I really appreciate your guys's kind of like, you guys don't beat around the bush. You guys are and you guys also don't like berate me or belittle me. Like, you just kind of hold your points, and I hold mine.
Yeah.
And it's all okay. It's all been respectful. I agree too.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I think you thanks for letting me on here, and hope you guys have a good day.
All right. Well, take it easy, Jimmy. Have a good one.
Yeah, and somebody in chat, free Palestine, I can say it. It's not a problem. You goof.
Yeah, I don't know what
right.
What's up with that?
I don't see the issue with that.
I don't see a problem with that. I'm not sure what the issue is with that. So, okay, all right, free Palestine. Yeah. I don't know if are they like silencing creators for that. I know they were like stifling. Yeah, they're not doing that anymore.
Maybe, I don't know.
I do know that earlier, Dr. Blitz had somebody come up and drop a bunch of slurs, and then he got not a live restriction, but he got a guest access restriction, and it made him do he had to do a training.
Oh, fuck
so
me.
he just did it on
training. Holy shit!
It was a training. It's like a 10-question training. He just did it on his other device while he was live.
Oh, okay.
But it's just giving you scenarios like, if this happens on your live, does it violate TOS or not?
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, so it's like a TOS quiz. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is.
And then he had his access brought back.
Okay, that's wild. That is wild. Yeah, I see that's happening more. Who else got a 10-minute restriction? I think it was either yesterday or the day before somebody got a 10-minute restriction for slurs that were uttered in the live. So they just seem to be doing that more, which is stupid to me, but whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
And ever since the Oracle buyout as well, like
Mhm.
if I do something and it gets a restriction because of me, even if you restart your live, if I come back on before that 10 minutes is up, it'll restrict your live until you take me down. So like
Mm.
so some of the stuff's good, but some of it's still just goofy.
Yeah, it is. All right. New guest. How you doing, Sieroski?
Hello. Can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can I get your age and your pronouns, please?
Yes, I'm 23. I'm pronounced he, him. Yes,
Okay.
I'm not American, so I don't know if I'm speaking correctly. You know, my
No,
English.
yeah, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. All right. Okay. Which thank you for that. Which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the God of the Torah, or the God of the Quran?
Yes, I'm Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. All right. What's your best evidence that God is real?
Okay, my evidence is that there is a thing called how do I say it in English? You have to let me think a bit.
All right, you're good. Take your time.
There's this thing like the apostles felt something, experienced something that turned their life like in 118 around, and they were willing to die for this.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes, and yes, also the Jesus preachings. Yes, I tend to agree that he was morally perfect and he was sinless.
Okay, let's take one at a time. So let's start with the transformation of the apostles. I think that's actually what they call it. No, not the transformation. It's called the Pentecost. Like, so when I think what you're referring to is when they received the blessing of the Holy Spirit, tongues of fire, they spoke in tongues, and then they were motivated to go out and talk.
No,
not that. Okay, or just the general
I'm not referring to
how
that
they were generally transformed, like from the start of Jesus' ministry to the end, something like that.
Or you're talking about
not
the
like
martyrdom?
that. My point of view is that no person will die for a lie that they know is a lie.
Are you familiar with Joseph Smith?
Excuse me?
You know who Joseph Smith is?
Joseph Smith.
Joseph Smith? No.
Yeah, he's the founder of the Mormon faith. He was literally, and we know that he made it up, right? We know that it was made up.
Yes.
And he was literally shot out of a second-story jail window, defending a lie, a thing that he knew was a lie.
Yes, but there is a difference between someone sane and someone insane. Yes, we know from textual content that we have that the apostles were sane people.
But how do we know that?
Let me get to that.
How do we know they were sane?
Well, yeah. Let's start with the claim that they were sane people. How do we know that? Like, what's your evidence that the apostles were sane?
Because we have I don't know how to tell the evangelics, the New Testament that we have now. Yes, the evangelics, the New Testament that we have now. We know that it all came from a source. There is not like this. Yes, we know that it's. I'm actually studying theology and history.
Okay, wait, that's a pivot. So hold on.
Hold on, real quick. Your claim was that nobody would unalive for something that they knew was a lie.
Yeah.
We presented an example with Joseph Smith, knowing that it was a lie, and he was literally in jail about to be tried the next day, and a mob stormed the jail, literally shot him out of a window.
I'm not. I'm
because
really
he
not
wouldn't
familiar with
denounce
Joseph Smith.
Mormonism. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Joseph Smith. I think he was insane, as you say, because
Okay.
Mormonic Church. I don't agree with it because
Okay.
yes.
Okay, understood. So then this kind of goes back to your claim, because I think what Cyber is establishing here is then your next claim is we know that the apostles, because of the text, because of the scriptures, were sane. We're not insane. So that's my question to you is how do you know? What's your evidence of that? How do you know that reading the scriptures that the apostles were all sane? So that's the one we got to stick on before we go to the next one. Yeah.
Because just as I said, the textuals which there are yes. Let me just clarify that if because to get that my point, you have to understand that the scriptures and the New Testament is all from a source. So it's not like it's unreliable. So and we have all the language studies that I'm just telling you that what my professor says. Yes,
understood.
Also.
Yeah, so it does come from a source,
from
and
all
we
the
do
language studying.
We understand that it does come from a source.
Determine that there were sane people.
Okay.
There weren't insanities.
Okay, so what you're saying is the study of the language, the study of the sources indicate that they were sane people. Okay. What would
yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm still not, so you're saying because people said they were sane, they are sane.
Not necessarily. For example, they had doubts, and they openly.
And that's not insanity. I agree with you. That doesn't mean they were insane, that they had doubts or something like that. No, I agree with you.
Yes, yes. Yes, we have only text, so we have to based on that.
Okay.
We can't just assume things.
Okay.
I based my belief on texts and my personal experience. So yes.
And then
real quick, how are you defining insane? How are you defining it?
Good question.
How I would be defining insane?
Sure.
Because the definition of insanity is a mental state that prevents a person from understanding the nature of their actions or distinguishing right from wrong. Which is why when people go to court, if they're actually insane, meaning that they don't understand right from wrong, they generally will get a lesser sentence with some other mitigating actions to ensure that they can't do what they did again. So what are you meaning by insane? How are you using that here?
I just said because I assume that when you said about Joseph Smith, yes, he was a Mormon. Yes, you said about him. Like I said, I'm not familiar with his case.
Maybe it is. My bad.
So I'm just said this. He was insane, etc. Because no, you just said about Joseph Smith. I don't know him. I don't know what.
Well, let's say we change it up. Let's say we grant that Joseph Smith knew that it was true, right? Because there are Mormons who passed away who were martyred because they were defending the faith.
Yes, but there is a difference between Mormons and the apostles who literally claimed that Jesus lived among them after resurrection.
Yeah, the Mormons claim that the Trinity, the Godhead, appeared to Joseph Smith, that he received the Book of Mormon from the angel Moroni on a set of golden plates, and that he, Oliver Cowdery, and Signe Rigdon translated these, and this became the foundation of Mormonism. And many Mormons were unalived. A lot of people don't know this, but look it up. In United States history, there was a whole Mormon-American war that was fought. And these people were martyred for their faith.
I'm gonna bring a
Okay,
Lee
but,
up. We're gonna bring
can we,
an ex-Mormon, an
because
ex-Mo up, just to kind of
Yes.
fill in the blanks. Yeah, because we got a
because
resident
I,
expert on
I
Mormonism here. Hey, Aaliyah.
Hello, it's me. It's Mormonism, women's
Aaliyah.
health. I can.
Yeah.
Those are my areas of expertise. If you will.
hello. But I wanted to say something to you guys because
Yeah.
we actually went off the topic, and I'm
Well,
pretty sure that I can share many things about about the
I hear you.
New Testament. The Old
I think
Testament
though,
even,
well,
because
we're still on the claim of this insanity claim, sane versus insane, and what we're trying to what we're trying to point out.
And I can give you a W on that. I can abandon because it does not ultimately.
Okay.
It does not
Okay.
matter.
All right. What's the next one? Okay, that's fair. What's the next one?
Okay, I just wanted to move on. Yes, I'm not.
That's fair.
Mormon
That's fair.
expert.
And we're not saying you lost or it's a win. It's nothing to do with that. But we understand. You just want to move on to the next one.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no
fair.
problem.
Yeah, it's fair. Go ahead. What's your next point? Next piece of evidence.
So yes, as I said, the New Testament. Yes, as I said, the scriptures were based on the source. We know that source existed because the evangelics are not like many people think that the evangelists are Jesus' disciples themselves. That's not the case. I know they're not. Many people think that they were written like, hey, I've met the I meet the apostles or something like. They could be the case, but there wasn't like that. There is the movie on Netflix, The Chosen or something like that, when they take
The Chosen.
apostles and they.
Sorry, I gotta interrupt you. I gotta hold on. I gotta tell chat a little story. So my wife made me hate watch Chosen. My wife made me hate watch it. And so just because she wanted to laugh when I started crashing out because of all the shit that was going on in that fucking show. And I was just like, no, that's not, this is bullshit. Because they took a lot of fucking artistic license with it. And so I was forced to hate watch The Chosen. It was horrible.
It's
so
actually
anyway, just had to rant about that for a second.
It's okay. So yes, it was not like that because the scriptures are for the purpose for you to believe. It's fully. I don't know what's in English. Where journalist writes an article about something. Yes, there's a word. He have to analyze this. He have to get. I don't know. The right-wing journalist will be more sympathetic to and left for left, and that's what the evangelists did.
Okay, let me ask you a question, if I may. I think I know where you're going with this. You're saying because you've got the source, you got the the source documents or like the source scrolls, something to that effect. I think that's what I'm hearing. So something like that.
Yes. That's on top of that, we have MPD Grave, and we have
sure.
How to tell it? One prophecy that was fulfilled. For me, it's wild.
Yes. Well, why don't we because I think oh boy, so we have two claims now going here. So we have two claims up in the air. We'll start with the source documents. Yeah, we got a lot of claims. Well, let's start with the source document claim. How do you know that what's on the source documents are true? How did you demonstrate that what's on the source documents behind the Bible are true?
How do we know that Jesus said things that he said? Yes,
I did ask that earlier. Yeah, I asked that earlier of another person. Yeah. How do we know that Jesus said what he said? Talmud?
Ipsima verba Jeshu.
Jeshu? Okay. So I heard Talmud and Jeshu.
Ipsima verba Jeshu. Do you know this?
No.
What is that? Say that again.
Ipsima verba Jeshu. I don't know if my accent is wrong.
Can you spell it real quick?
Ipsima verba Jeshu.
Can you spell it like letters?
Or
Can you tell us the
Jesu, or
letters?
Jesu. That's what it's called. It's basically the branch of theology and history to determine which of the quotes from the evangelist are true Jesus quotes.
That sounds like
It-
maybe that's
and-
something.
and-
Maybe
and-
that's something in your country or something cultural, but I have never heard of that.
No. It's a branch. It's a branch of the science. It's the recent.
Never heard of it.
How to say it? The
And
recent.
Cyber knows a lot more about the Bible than I do, and he doesn't look like he's heard of it. Yeah, so I've never heard of it. But that, I mean, that's
And it
fine.
might be the accent, and I'm not
Maybe it's the
hearing what he's
accent.
Maybe my
saying.
translation
Yeah.
is wrong.
That's okay. It's
But,
fine. So you're saying that
the,
verifies that the source
science,
documents of the Bibles are true? Like how did they verify that the source documents are true? Maybe you can tell us that. How did they verify it?
Okay. We analyzed the text based on the how we have different text from the same how to tell this century, and from a lot of sources, not Christianic one, and we analyzed the language, and we analyzed the things that they did if they are correct with the evangelics text. For example, let me give you an example.
Oh yeah, that probably be helpful. Yeah, give us an example.
Yeah, I can find a. I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying right
For
now.
example, all the.
Oh wait, hold on, guest. Can you stop for a second? Can you let Cyber help us translate what you're saying? Go ahead, Cyber. Just so we're on the same page.
What he's saying is, so what he's saying is they've used science to look at the linguistics, the cultural norms, stuff like that are being used, that they're accurate. But the issue with this is, for example, in Matthew has Jesus using the word rabbi quite a bit. The issue is that the word rabbi did not exist during the time of Jesus. It did not exist until after 70, after the destruction of the temple, with the introduction of rabbinical Judaism. So there is no way that Jesus ever could have said rabbi because the word didn't exist.
And there's no way he could have ever been a rabbi.
He could say something similar. He could said something similar because we know that the evangelics were written from a source.
So the problem is that the Matthew is written in Greek, and the Greek text goes out of its way to use the Hebrew word rabbi. And there's no word in Hebrew that could be mistaken for rabbi of the time. Like it is a completely
I'm not saying it was a mistake. I'm not saying it was a mistake.
It's an anachronism. Yeah, they inserted that in there later. That's Cyber's point.
There are a lot of acronyms in the Bible. For example, the camels for a reward when there were no camels, etc. So,
well, we're talking about in Matthew.
Yes.
With
We're talking about
Jesus's
Matthew
time
in the
with
New Testament.
rabbi.
I know, but I'm talking about there are a lot of acronyms. So yes, I agree. But it was not meant a mistake, I think.
So
It's
how
not
did
like,
they have
they
Jesus?
were mistakenly.
How did these scientists get Jesus using rabbi being correct for the time period before 70?
I don't understand your question. How do they scientists know that Jesus said that?
Know that it was a cultural
he
norm
used the word
before
rabbi?
70.
Yeah.
Yes, as I don't know what exactly you are quoting. What verse do you quote? Because I would have to look at it. And,
he's not quoting a
ask
verse.
some people.
Well, it does.
About
It
this?
says
Okay,
it all
okay,
over.
and-
It says it all over all over Matthew.
Okay.
Apostles are
okay.
repeatedly referring to Jesus as rabbi, and so what Cyber is saying is that word wasn't a cultural term until after the fall of the temple, which is 70,
Yes,
with
it's,
rabbinical
because-
right.
And that
And so-
actually backs up.
Well, what we're trying to understand
that-
that could not have been in the source documents. So that was added later. That's the point.
I'm not talking about what was in the source document. I'm talking about that they based on the source document, but they used the words accurate in their era. It was like they could not be the word in the source document, but there is a thing that the scriptures evolve. Yes, all the stories about it evolve in time. That is a thing. For Jesus' birth, for example, yes. This
You don't want to go
there
down
was
that
no
road.
Yeah, we don't want to go down that road. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do Herod and Quirinius again, man. Is that what we're gonna do?
So
excuse me.
So hold on. Your
I was
argument was
yeah.
Your argument was that we know that the source documents are true because these people that you keep referring to have went back and have known that the language being used is the correct
Not just
way.
that. Not just that. Let me finish.
Well,
my,
I think you said also like there was like the history, there was cultural things, the words that were used.
Yes.
You said there was a whole bunch of you made a list of things. Yeah.
And one of the things that isn't true is the cultural use of the word rabbi.
Yeah. So that's Cyber's contention, guest, is that the cultural use of the word rabbi is incorrect. It's an anachronism, which means that it could not have been in the original source documents. It's impossible.
It's basically like if somebody wrote a book in like
it could not be in the original.
Wait, hold on.
Documents.
Hold on, Aaliyah's speaking. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah. It's almost like if someone wrote a book in like 1967 and they said that they used an iPhone, right? And if we're reading that book today, we would know that there's no possible way for that person to have been using an iPhone in 1967 because we know that they didn't exist until, 50, 60 years later or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
that's what he means by anachronism when it comes to the use of the word rabbi in the book of Matthew.
Yes, and that isn't against Christianity, yes?
Well, it may not be against Christianity, but it's against logic if it's something that's contradictory or something that couldn't have existed at that time.
But it isn't contradictory because the evangelics are made for the people and written by the people who lived then. They didn't...
well, what it does say is that the gospel was written a lot later than what it's touted to be.
Yes, this is not a lot of later, not a lot later, but it was written later. Yes, because it was not written by the Jesus disciples.
Right. So yes. It wasn't written by eyewitness people who witnessed Jesus's life. Right. So they definitely got some things wrong.
No, it was not written by eyewitnesses. Maybe except the Gospels. I'm talking about the Gospels. Yes.
I am also talking about the Gospels. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like another example as well is like the Pharisees. The Bibles are constantly speaking of the Pharisees as if they were like the legal authority. And they weren't. The Pharisees during the time of Christ were a very small sect, which is why they survived. The Sadducees actually held more influence, more power than the Pharisees did, which is why the Sadducees were wiped out. And which is why Judaism is a continuation of Pharisaic Judaism today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but like I said, for me, anachronism is not a contradiction at any kind, and it's not
it's a time contradiction.
Against logic. It's not against logic because
it is
the message.
It is
the message is what matters. The message is what matters.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you right, what I'm hearing you say then is that if an anachronism is not a contradiction, even though it is, because it violates the law of non-contradiction, but you're saying even if it was, it doesn't matter because it's about the message. So there could be all kinds of things wrong with the Bible as long as the message. So the message, how does the message make it true then? Because that's another claim that we need to explore. So tell us how. So tell us how the message makes it true.
I'm glad you asked that. You also said a lot of things. So let me just say my point of view. So there is this on anachronism. There were
Wait, we're going back to
in the old,
anachronism.
in the old,
Hold on, I
want
asked
to
you.
give
I asked
an
you about
example.
I asked you about the message because we kind of shifted from anachronism now to message.
Yes,
so I'm asking you about the message. So can you tell me about the message and why the message makes it true?
Why the message makes it true?
Yeah.
It was written for the purpose of that of message. I don't know. The language barrier is too much, man.
Oh, okay. Well, how does it prove it true? How does the message prove
I know
that God
what
is
you're
real?
saying.
Okay. Oh, you have to find the words. It's okay. Take your time. We're patient. We'll let you find the words. Go ahead.
Okay. What message is true? Okay. Let me just.
It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. Yeah. Take your time.
Because I'm kind of stressed because there's a lot of people. I never was I never was a big speaker.
Oh, you're doing fine.
And yes,
you're doing fine.
What makes the message true? Yes.
Yes. There we go. That's a good way to put it.
Oh, okay. What makes the message true? Okay.
Or prove God is real. Maybe that's another way to put it. That's another way to say it. Yeah. Either makes it true or proves God is real. However you want to think of it. It's fine.
There is not there is no proof that God is real. Like we have only have evidence because the
wish we had gotten there 26 minutes ago.
Were,
okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm really stressed out.
That's okay. That's all right. That's okay. It's a lot. I understand it's a lot. There's a lot of people watching. I understand.
Different. Maybe if we were speaking in my language, then we will get the common ground. But
yeah, I understand.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't. Yeah. What is your native language? Odds are I don't understand what it is. Yeah.
I'm from Poland.
Sieroski. You're Polish. Okay. So that's yeah. So I would be I'd be useless.
Yes.
I would not understand what you're saying. So
usually
totally
my
understand.
English is better when I speak to someone face to face, but
I understand.
Yes, the stress is taking me, man.
I understand. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the things that you talk about earlier. So, for example, the things that makes. Can you please let me talk for a second?
Sure. You have about 3 minutes though, so try to be.
Okay.
Yeah, do your best. That's okay. Just do your best.
The things, for example, like in the text, the women went to the Jesus grave. Yes. This is a big thing that proves that textually truth. Why? Because when the women were in that time, the women were how do I say it? Lesser. The people back then think that women were lesser beings. I don't know how to say it in English. You know what I mean.
Yes.
There was yes. So if you put in the very important text that the women went and get the message first.
Mm-hmm.
The women, it's a based to discredit you.
Okay.
However,
I understand what you mean.
Put them.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of things like that.
Yep.
There are
totally understand.
There is a lot of things the evangelists talk about that they are not true, but they have one purpose. For example, there is a Jesus birth, and the Jesus birth is not historically accurate because the Bible is not a history book. It's a book that uses history as a tool, but it's not a history book. There are many myths in there. There are Tower of Babel. Even the flood is a myth. Even the Moses is a myth.
Hold on, real quick. I would like to push back against that since we do only have a minute. So in Judaism, women anointing newly deceased bodies was common practice. But one thing that's important to know here is that in all these stories, Mary Magdalene is present. The reason why this is important is because in Luke chapter 8, we learn that Mary Magdalene is like financing Jesus's ministry. She's paying the ministry. She's paying for it. And so for Mary Magdalene to pop up in all these stories is extremely important because this shows that the disciples have reason to believe her because it turns out she's responsible for them being able to eat.
Okay. Okay. I have a minute left, so I want to talk about something.
Can you contend with the Mary Magdalene thing real quick?
Yeah. Can you respond to Cyber's contention on Mary Magdalene?
I didn't study Mary Magdalene, so no.
But this is important, though. This is extremely important for why Mary Magdalene is like the one person that's prevalent through all. She's like the only thing that's consistent throughout all the gospel stories regarding the tomb and the crucifixion.
Okay, but Jesus didn't have financial problems, so
yeah, he did.
He was.
He did.
He didn't.
Why do you think when he's starving, he has to go find wild plants to grab food, and then when the fig tree doesn't produce the fruit when he's hungry, he curses it.
He curses it, and he tells the apostles to harvest wheat on the Sabbath, or so he was letting them harvest wheat on. They were stealing wheat from a field. I mean, yeah.
I could talk.
Jesus
about
was a scrub,
but I could talk about this a lot. But he didn't have financial problems.
Jesus did the bare minimum, and Mary Magdalene financed his whole lifestyle.
Yeah. Oh. Wow.
No.
He was
not a carpenter. That's a myth. He was not a carpenter. He was more like a builder.
No, Luke tells us that. That's what Luke chapter 2
That's what Luke says. Yeah. Okay, and
So,
we have a super chat from Resist Oppression for $1.99. Thank you, Resist Oppression. This Mary seems important for a woman. Exactly. Resist oppression. Exactly.
Let me, just because my time was up.
All right. Last point. And it's time to go.
But let me just clarify that there is a lot of things that I would want to tell you, but I don't have time.
It's okay.
I'm studying theology and history. That it was my biggest test of faith because I once was an atheist. But the studying and all, because I'm historian, I aspire to be a teacher. So yes, but the thing is that there are a lot of misconceptions about Christianity. Even here, you said earlier that Jesus didn't talk about children not harming children, and he talked about it. So yes.
Oh, Marduk, $4.99. Thank you. Bravo. Thank you, Marduk.
No. Jesus did not say don't harm children. He said don't lead them astray. Don't cause them to lose their faith.
He
never said anything about harming them.
Exactly.
It's better to
he said, let the little children come unto me. He wanted the children to believe in him. He didn't want people to stop them from believing in him.
Yeah.
I could talk about this for hours, of course, but we don't have time. But
yeah,
there is a lot of misconceptions about the Christians. I'm studying it like very hard. This was my biggest test of faith because a lot of things that I was thinking I'm right about, I was not right about. Yes.
Okay, understood. Well, hey,
the science verified me.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, Sieroski, we appreciate you coming up, but yeah, it's time to go. So I appreciate you, but enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, I don't have day. There's night in me.
All right. Well, enjoy your night. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. So that was interesting. Interesting.
That was the normal. I'm getting my point destroyed, so I'm going to pivot away
I'm going to
from
pivot
it.
to the next one. Yeah, exactly.
So real quick,
yeah, go ahead.
Aaliyah, you grew up, or you grew up Mormon?
I didn't grow up Mormon, but I converted to Mormonism when I was like 19, and I was a member of the church for like 5 or 6 years. I got married in the temple. I went through all the temple ceremonies. I
Oh.
had the special underwear. I did all the things that you're supposed to do. But that's where I had my faith crisis, actually, was in the temple.
That's fair. So I live in southeastern Idaho. I was never Mormon, but I was married to a Mormon for 8 years.
No.
We ended up divorcing because when we started dating, I informed her, like, I'm an atheist, I'm not converting. And when I refused to get baptized to take her through the temple, that's what led to our divorce. But something interesting I wanted to point out to you real quick. So my friend Jaron, trust friend Jaron, they're doing
I know him. We just interviewed him on the Girls Gone Godless podcast.
Nice.
The most recent episode.
Oh,
we
yes,
have a podcast,
that's right.
Me and my friend.
Oh,
That's right.
That's right.
It's called Girls Gone Godless. It's on Apple and Spotify and YouTube, wherever podcasts are available.
It sure is.
If you want to hear something interesting that Jaron has found, because his next work is covering the Book of Mormon, what he found. So 2 things that are important is the golden plates were found in a place called Hill Cumorah. The Hill Cumorah is a name that the Mormons named it. It wasn't called that ahead of time, but they don't tell you that in Mormon history. 2, these plates were given to him by an angel named Moroni, who is a Book of Mormon character. Well, we find out as we've been studying on Joseph Smith, we found out that he had an infatuation with Captain Kidd. And Captain Kidd supposedly is the only pirate who actually buried treasure. It's where the buried treasure myths come from. But he buried his treasure on an island called Cumorah, which is today called Madagascar. But on old maps, it was called Cumorah, near a city of Moroni, which back in the day used to be a capital city in Cumorah.
So not only that, but if you
I did not know that.
if you look at a map of where supposedly a lot of the Book of Mormon events took place, and you compare that to a map of upstate New York where Joseph Smith lived, it's the same.
Yeah, it's
in terms of where bodies of water are, where hills are, where things are. He just made it based on what he knew, right? On what he had around him. So you can look at a map and they're the exact same.
Wild. That is wild.
Anyways, Aaliyah, I just wanted to tap into that a little bit because you came up, didn't really get to discuss Mormonism a little bit. But fun Mormon.
That's a little
history
fun fact. Okay, so while I have you up here, Aaliyah, I know you guys did bingo one time. I'm thinking I want to have a little bingo party because we heard the fucking "Don't Die for a Lie." We've heard all the tropes today. This is it's at least 6 or 7 tropes. So I want to.
So you want to get in on that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think I want to have a game because.
I'll tell you how we do it. There's a website called Bingo Baker, and basically you can make a bingo card, and then you just post the link in your Discord, and then people can click it and play along, and it randomly generates each card. So each card's organized different. It'll be the same words that you choose, but it'll just be scrambled for everybody.
Perfect. Okay, so then
we should do a poll or something, or ask for suggestions in the Discord.
Yes.
For what they want on the bingo sheet.
Yes, if you okay, so we're gonna and I'm thinking it's gonna be a running bingo game. It's just gonna be part of the live from now on because we hear so many of these damn tropes that I'm just like, oh yeah, we have to have a bingo game. We just have to.
Yeah. So if you want to be involved with the bingo game, if you want to help us make spaces or even just participate, go to the link tree in Trust Bio, go copy the invite link to the Discord and paste it into your browser. And then join the Discord. It's open for anyone to join. We're also going to be starting some other activities in there to get more people involved and just hanging out instead of just having serious discussions in there. So
Yeah. We're having a movie night. Stay tuned for movie night. So we're
yes,
gonna be having one as soon as we
or
figure out
Archer
all the
night. Once I
logistics,
can,
or Archer night or
yeah,
something. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just gonna
Mhm.
have standing bing because I'm just like, oh, I got to do something with all these terms, man. Because I
And I
heard at
think
least
for
5 or 6 of them today.
for
Yeah.
your lives, Trust, the prize for winning bingo could be like they get a coupon to drop the guest or something. Like whoever gets the first
Perfect.
Oh,
bingo.
that's a great
Yes.
idea.
Yeah,
Yes. I
they
think
get a
that's
coupon.
beautiful. Yeah. So that's what it's gonna be. It's
Oh,
gonna
by
be
the
a
way,
jellyfish
Trust,
coupon. Yeah. What's that?
I think, hold on. I think we can safely do something. One
What's that?
second.
Okay. Ooh, I like that. We can safely do
And
something.
while we're waiting for Ember, I feel
I
like
prefer to
Isaiah
do things
53.
in not safety. Just kidding.
And while we're waiting for Ember, I feel like Isaiah 53 and Psalm 22 need their own spots.
Yeah, they
Specifically.
definitely do. They definitely do. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no! Oh, 2 days. Okay, I thought Ember was taking a day away.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay, we got to expand
2
this.
days.
It's 2 days.
It's a terrible 2.
It's a terrible 2, but we can read it. It's legible.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, hold on.
Okay,
2
2 days
days
since the last patriarchy incident. Yes. So I haven't. Now I'm not trying not to jinx myself, but I haven't had to contribute to I haven't heard the word jar today except when I said it. So, like, I haven't seen it in the chat or anything. There was a close
No,
call
you
on
did
Friday
great
though.
today.
Thank you. You did so good.
I am
on
lost.
the
What's this incident?
Oh, okay. So this is in an effort to support my continuing deconstruction cyber. Anytime I do something that supports the patriarchy, like misgender somebody, like say some old like racist trope or something misogynistic, I have to put money in a jar. So and then so I told all of chat, hey, anytime you see me do that, just type jar or yell it in, if you're up here, just yell it. And then I'll be like, fuck, and I'll just put money in the jar. So when I fill it up, so it's semi a good cause. When I fill it up, it's going to go to charity. And by the way, that also is a good segue because we currently have an open poll on, we're trying to finalize which charity it is. And some people have suggested that I make it like a charity I would never donate to, like Donald Trump or the Republican Party or Turning Point or some shit like that, so that it's painful for me to have to do this. So
Over my dead body.
Yeah, exactly. Something painful.
No, you're not. We're not doing that. I
Oh,
know
see?
it's your jar, but no.
Okay. So this is
feel very
important.
strongly.
Okay, so this is important because we're voting on that, right? And we have a list of possible charities, like 5 evil ones and then 5 good ones. So it's important, and you can vote for multiples. You can only vote one time, but you can vote for multiple charities. So I'm going to encourage you guys, especially you, Leah, since you've voiced your opinion about this, is to go in and join the Discord if you haven't joined, and then go in and vote. So because we're gonna narrow it down to 2. One, Innocence Project is on there. We're going to narrow it down to 2, one evil one and one really good one. And then we're going to have a vote in the live, with the chat. So we're going to have a final vote. So we're just we're in the primaries now. We're going to narrow it down to 2. So, the poll's going on for about a week. So go in there and vote. So then your voice can be heard and you can influence it. But yeah, so that's one of the things. Yeah. I'm kind of with you on that, Aaliyah, honestly. But again, I control the process, not the outcome, right? So, if chat says, let's do that, then I'm thinking we'll do that. Because although it's pretty horrible to think about sending money to like Turning Point, on the other hand,
no. It gives me a kirk in my neck just thinking about it.
It does. It gives me acid reflux when I think about that. And that's
I said it gives me a kirk in my neck. A kirk in my neck.
A kirk.
All right.
I love it.
All right.
Kirk in the neck. I love it. I was a little slow, but I got it. So yeah,
It's fine.
Yeah, it is painful to think about. I'm not gonna lie. You know, but people are like really interested in seeing me like totally deconstruct from the patriarchy, which I'm interested in too. So, you know, it's like doing a number on my ethics too. It's kind of doing a number, but you know, I'm gonna let the vote go for the time being. But yeah, so that's 2 good reasons to join the Discord. And I'm gonna have a poll up later, or I'm gonna So we're gonna take suggestions on the spaces for the bingo, because I want to get the bingo in like as soon as possible, and then also to vote on where to send this jar money, the patriarchy incident money, where to send that. So that's 2 big things happening now, and also of course to be part of the movie nights that are going to be starting soon, because we have a stage now. So we're going to be having movie nights. So that'd be something exciting to join. So anyway, well, that was fun, guys. Okay, it looks like we have one other guest in the queue. Let's see who's in the queue. As soon as the damn button will work, I swear I got to click this thing like 10 times. It is so annoying.
Side note, side tangent. It looks like Sons of the Clippy on the YouTube side. I think they are trying to flirt with me in some kind of a way. Like there's all kinds of compliments over there.
They have been glazing you hard.
Wow. The thirst is, wow. The patriarchy. Yeah.
It was pretty amazing though.
There were some thirsty people today.
Got powers according to Sons of the Clippy, whatever their name is.
Sons of Clippy.
I mean, it's not false. I am quite powerful, but I didn't know that I had eyes that could still storms, or that my hair reached to the heights of heaven, or that I had the gift of the power of Shai Halud, whatever that means. But yeah, what's up, Clippy?
What's up, Clippy? Lobes. What's up, man?
Now I gotta look up Shai Halud.
Hey,
Yeah.
it looks
Hey.
like that's a pretty good cyber cosplay, Lobes.
Well, you got the voice down, Cyber, so you know.
I'm actually beating Timu Cyber for once.
Timu Cyber.
That's a really good. So that's a really good impression of my impression of cyber.
It is. So, but then now we're going to start going into an infinite regress, right? Because then it's just the impressions are just going to keep going on forever and ever and ever, right?
Right. So that means that God's real, right? Because we can't have an infinite regress.
Since we now have an infinite regress of impressions of cyber. Yeah. Then,
it's the infinite cyber.
The infinite,
The infinite
shit.
cyber argument.
Oh, shit.
The
We just,
ICA.
I think, okay, well, I guess we all believe in God now. Okay, now we got to deconstruct real quick.
Forever atheist. Wait, forever implies an infinite regress. So forever atheist is doubling down on this infinite regress by just being a forever atheist.
Yes, exactly. We have an infinite regress here, forever atheist.
And in order to deny it, you must presuppose it.
Yeah, in order
But
exactly.
Do 2 infinite regresses cancel each other out? Is there no? So is that how it works?
Ooh, that's a good question.
No, that was the hot dense state that caused the Big Bang.
It was
2 infinite regresses.
2 infinite regresses. And you know what I get to do? I get to invite Peg up as one of the mods, because Peg is a mod on YouTube.
Let's go.
Let's go. So let's bring him up. Come on, bring him up. Yay, Peg! Yay! They're here, Peg! Hi! So, everyone, please give the mods, show them some love, and also, you know, follow Cyber, follow Aaliyah, follow Ember, follow Lobes. Yeah, because you're cooking again. That's okay. We love your cooking sounds, Peg. Don't we? We love their cooking sounds. So, give them some love for the cooking sounds. But if you could do that. And also, let's not forget Blaster Master 80 on the other side. And Rainbow Ash was in there earlier. I don't know if she's there now, but I see Blaster Master there, and Pseudo V Signs was there earlier too. So the mods, you know, they do a bang up job, fantastic job. And, you know, all my friends here, you guys are so awesome. So thank you guys so much for coming up and spending time with me and all that stuff. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Anytime.
And just real quick shout out to mods, having been one who used to go live all the time. Mods, you are integral to the running of lives. You make
Absolutely.
it so much easier for the host to be able to host their lives without needing to spend time focusing on the chat.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
like mods always need massive W's.
I think for me, I think they're more important than I am. Like, I'm just the one who just sits here and just says shit. But yeah, absolutely. They're the ones that hold everything together. So they're the absolute glue. So that's exactly what we need to do, is show them some love and all that stuff. Hogwash. Well, you're too kind, Jessica. Thank you so much. So, let's see. Who can we raid today? Who can we raid?
I'm just gonna say 3, 2, 1. Biter on YouTube says that the mods are greater than God, and I just have to agree.
Well, there it is. So I guess we have one more reason that God isn't real.
God can't even delete the problematic parts out of the Bible, and mods can delete anything they want out of chat.
Exactly. They can silence people. They have the power of silence.
I deleted so many today. I showed evidence of my power today.
Yeah.
It's more than the God can do.
Exactly.
What happened? The mods got to God, and now he's muted. He's been muted this whole time. We invited him to figure out where the button is.
Exactly. Exactly.
Look, Ember enters chat, and anybody who's thinking of being problematic just instantly hears boss music.
Exactly. Evidence First YouTube. Okay, so is Evidence First, do you know, Liquid, if Evidence First is on TikTok as well? Because ultimately, I'd love... Oh, why don't we go raid Evidence First? Why don't we do that? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go raid Evidence First because they're both on TikTok and YouTube, and we're just going to... You guys know what to do. TVV raid. We'll just show up and show out. And... but again, you guys are amazing. But it is time. See, I hear the cooking sounds, and I gotta start cooking as well. So, it's time for me to do that. But let's go. All right, guys, it's been a great Monday. Thank you. Another great live. Cyber, thanks for hanging out with me today. That was awesome. You got to do that more often, friend.
I appreciate it, and y'all just lost the game.
Damn it.
God damn it! Every single time. No, he should just not be allowed up on principle because he's just going to make us all lose the game.
We're just going to keep losing the game. God damn it.
Every day. Or we just have to drop him before he gets the chance. But if we drop him, we're thinking about the game. So
exactly.
We're in a lose-lose situation.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, motherfucker.
We're stuck.
All right. Well, we're losers of the game today. Oh, well, it is what it is. But we're winners in life. How about that? We're winners in life. So everybody enjoy the rest of your time. We will see you in Evidence First live. And you guys will know where to find me tomorrow. So again, join my Discord so we can vote on the spots for the bingo game and also for the jar. So vote on the jar. All right. All right, guys. Have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.